Inshallah, our first session turns to a subject that's both historical and profoundly theological, the lasting impact of colonialism on Islam. This session will help us grapple how colonial encounters shape the practice and perception of Aqidah, and how reclaiming our theological heritage is essential to restoring clarity in our faith. Please join me in welcoming our speakers as we begin this important exploration. Inshallah, for this session, we will have Dr. Mateen Khan speaking on this issue. As a bit of a background, Dr. Mateen Khan is a distinguished emergency physician who has also pursued extensive training in the Islamic sciences. After completing the esteemed Dawt Nizamiya curriculum at Darul Uloom, Canada, and receiving ijazat in a range of classical disciplines, Dr. Khan relocated to New Jersey in 2014. Over the past decade, he has been actively involved in issuing formal jurisprudential responses, engaging in scholarly writing, and delivering lectures on various Islamic topics, including our weekly sessions here at Rutgers University on Aqidah, Fiqh, and this year on Aqidah Tahawiyah. We are honored to have Dr. Khan deliver the opening for this year's Legacy of Light conference. Please give your undivided attention to Dr. Mateen Khan.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين حبيبنا ونبينا ومولانا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين أما بعد. This is a topic that I have been grappling with since I can remember as a child, of what it means to be Muslim in this day and age in this part of the world. And after I finished the Alamiyya and I've been teaching and educating, then this is something that I've continued to grapple with and continue to look into research so that we can understand the Muslim condition better, the Muslim condition today. So I'm going to start off with a historical anecdote. In 1798, 7 years ago, Napoleon from France descended upon Egypt. His ships sliced across the Mediterranean, disgorging troops onto the shores of Alexandria. Cannons thundered, muskets cracked, and the streets filled with the smoke of conquest. But Napoleon did not come with soldiers alone. He carried an army of scholars and engineers. They mapped, they measured, and cataloged, turning Egypt into a specimen on Europe's dissection table. Masajid and markets stood under the shadow of French artillery, while Cairo's rhythm of life was shattered by foreign boots. His occupation was brief, yet it was a shockwave to the Muslims. It opened the floodgates for Europe to march further into Muslim lands. Soon after, the British tightened their grips on India. What began as coastal footholds grew into a relentless advance marked by battles like Palashi in 1757, and then 100 years later, the crushing defeat after several battles in the 1857 revolt. The Redcoats marched through Delhi, planting their flag atop the ruins of the Muslim Mughal Empire. They did not merely come to conquer territory, they dismantled centuries of Muslim political power and reconfigured India into the crown jewel of their empire. The French, having tasted Egypt, turned their attention to North Africa. In 1830, their forces stormed Algiers, bombarding the city into submission. Villages were torched. Resistance was met with massacres. All told, well over 1 million people died. A whole population uprooted. Over the decades, Tunisia and Morocco fell into the same orbit. Their masajid, their marketplaces were now guarded by foreign troops. The adhan came every dawn. But as it did, it came under the surveillance of European watchtowers, of colonial watchtowers. To the east, the Dutch extended their stranglehold over Indonesia. What began as trading posts turned into garrisons and gunshots, gunboats patrolling the seas through the islands. With ruthless campaigns, they subdued local rulers and broke apart Muslim networks that once linked Java, Sumatra, throughout the entire Indian Ocean. Islam's flourishing coastal societies found themselves reduced to just being suppliers for a European market, their autonomy stripped by naval blockades and military expeditions. Further west, in 1911, Italian forces descended upon Libya, bombarding Tripoli from the sea. They claimed to bring civilization, yet their bombs flattened homes, and their campaigns scattered communities across and into the desert. Umar Mukhtar and his companions rose in resistance, but the Italians unleashed modern weapons and concentration camps to crush them. Libya became a laboratory of European brutality, cloaked in the rhetoric of progress. Meanwhile, Russia pressed southward into Central Asia. Cities beloved to us, like Tashkent, Bukhara, Samarkand, long places of Islamic learning, fell one by one. The Tsar's armies planted forts along the steppes, displacing the Khanates and imposing foreign order upon lands that had been integral to the Silk Road trade and Islamic civilization for centuries. Domes that once crowned madaris now stood in the shadow of Orthodox churches and imperial garrisons. From Cairo to Delhi, from Algiers to Jakarta, from Tripoli to Samarkand, the story was the same. Armies arrived with gunpowder and steel, and with them came a new political order that tore apart the fabric of Muslim societies. Military colonialism was not just about changing hands and borders. It was about entire civilizations being thrust into a new age of subjugation, their sovereignty fractured by the relentless march of European empires. When we think of colonialism, we often picture soldiers, flags, foreign rulers, but colonialism in Muslim lands was not one event. It unfolded into phases, what I will call fronts, by the relentless march of the Europeans. Each empire justified its conquest as being civilizing, but the reality was plunder, displacement, and domination. That was the first front, the military front. In the second front was a mercantile front, a mercantile colonialization. Before full-scale invasions, European companies came as merchants. The East India Company in the subcontinent is the most famous example. It was a business venture with private shareholders that ended up ruling over millions of people. Through trade monopolies, the French and Dutch secured ports and resources, then brought in armies to defend them. Businesses and empire worked hand in hand. Our lands were not just conquered, they were turned into markets for European goods and suppliers of raw materials. The third front was less visible, but even more lasting. It was ideological colonization. Europe did not only export armies and corporations, it exported ideas. Foreign ideologies were introduced into Muslim societies, many in direct conflict with Islamic concepts like unity, morality, and governance. These ideologies were a result of European history and context, not our history, not our context. So as some examples, nationalism. Nationalism rose in Europe as a way of rallying republics for wars and revolutions. Napoleon harnessed it. The Nazis radicalized it. Muslims were to see themselves not as one ummah anymore. They were to see themselves as Egyptian, Turks, Arabs, Indians first. Nationalism is increasingly utilized again today in America against the other, whether he be Hispanic or she be Muslim. Before that, socialism. Socialism was born from the suffering of workers from capitalism. This is from Europe's Industrial Revolution. It aimed to restrain capitalism, to protect the workers. While it had these noble goals, it was born of European class struggle, not of Muslim societies. And then communism. Communism was Lenin's push for a violent revolution, bringing in a new order to replace the old order. But rather than class equality, it only created a new type of czar and a baggage of violence and atheism. And then there's capitalism. But since capitalism isn't an ideology, it's an economic system, it requires an ideology to support it, to reinforce it, to protect it. And so liberalism was designed to defend it. It has four strands. There's liberalism, conservatism, populism, and libertarianism. And my goal here today is not to dissect these four, but I want to mention these names so you recognize them. and each one argued over how much control the state should have over society and over economy. But whichever the four you choose, it's a false option. Because whichever the four you choose liberalism at the end of the day. And then fascism. Fascism was Mussolini's ideology after World War I to weaponize nostalgia. To remind Europeans, to remind Italians that you were once so great and you can have it again. But all that aside, perhaps the most devastating weapon used against Muslims was not a cannon or a ship. It was the classroom. Colonial powers realized that if they could dismantle our system of knowledge, they could reshape the Muslim mind itself. Across the Muslim world, circles of learning, halaqat, madaris, had sustained a living tradition for centuries. They preserved a sociology of knowledge that connected the Quran, hadith, philosophy, science, and spirituality. Wal halaq caused their destruction a structural genocide, meaning the annihilation of an entire apparatus of knowledge, understood as a system and a particular way of life. This destruction is what modern thinkers call epistemicide, from epistemology and genocide. Epistemology is how you know what you know, it's where you get your knowledge from. So epistemicide is the killing of an entire system of knowledge. Defined as when scientism, European scientism, discards any other form of knowledge other than it as being ignorance, thereby erasing indigenous traditions. For Muslims, this meant that the intellectual treasures of our civilization were declared obsolete. And then coming into the post-colonial in the 19th, 20th centuries, when independence movements gained strength, many Muslims thought that throwing out the colonizers would mean return to sovereignty. But the deeper colonization, intellectual and epistemic, remained. Muslim elites had internalized a sense of Western superiority. They saw Europe's military power and scientific inventions as proof of intellectual dominance. They misunderstood. We misunderstood. We saw technical advancement as advancement of the human being. But these two are not the same. The classical Islamic scholars were increasingly portrayed as irrational, pre-modern, or what some Orientalists today refer to as they refer to their writing as paraphilosophy, meaning a mere imitation of real philosophy, i.e. Western philosophy. Communities began to doubt that their own intellectual heritage could provide solutions to modern crisis. They believed critique had to come from the outside, from Euro-American theories, rather than from the rich traditions of review, reform, and renewal, already embedded in Islam. The result was continuity of colonial epistemology, meaning even though their troops receded, even though they no longer were the governors and the rulers, they left behind people who thought the same and acted no different. Even after the flags of the empire came down, the educational policies of new nation states carried forward Eurocentric frameworks. The form of colonial rule changed, but the colonization of knowledge remained. And then today. Today, the aftershocks are still with us. Western epistemologies continue to dominate, enjoying what some call a credibility excess, while Islamic frameworks are given a credibility deficit. In universities around the world, secular liberal methodologies are assumed to be the only valid lens for critique, while metaphysical and theological approaches rooted in Islam are marginalized or even mocked. The educational model most widely adopted is what Paulo Freire, is a Brazilian philosopher, famous for a book, The Pedagogy of the Oppressed. He wrote that the model today is a banking model, meaning in education, students are treated as containers into which facts are deposited. This stifles curiosity, creativity, and all it does is produce productive workers for neoliberal economics, and not the ethical human being that we want. The hierarchy of knowledge has been inverted. Instead of metaphysics and theology grounding the sciences, knowledge has now been reduced to the empirical and material. Or even worse, sciences themselves have become the metaphysics and the epistemology and the theology. Ethics has been detached. The result is an education that serves markets but ignores meaning. Many Muslims experience alienation. They approach their own tradition through Western categories, often seeing it as an object to be studied. rather than a living framework to life. This produces a nervous condition within Muslims, a duality of both being inside and outside of one's own heritage. You grow up in the West and you don't quite belong in the West, and you don't quite belong in Islam. Or you feel like you belong somewhat in Islam, but you don't belong in the West. And so there's a duality, there's a cognitive dissonance that the Muslims face today. Yet now there's a growing call for epistemic decolonization, to restore confidence in Islamic intellectual tradition as a living source of guidance. And this is what this seminar is about today. Scholars like Lombard and Halaf, who have quoted, argue and reflect what traditional ulama have said for centuries, that the Islamic frameworks of knowledge rooted in metaphysics and ontology and adab can provide vital alternatives to the dehumanizing tendencies of secular liberal humanism. The story of Islamic education is not simply about building buildings or rebuilding buildings that are destroyed. It's not about books that were burned. It is about profound restructuring of how Muslims think, learn, and see themselves. From the flourishing of pre-colonial traditions to the rupture of colonial imposition to the lingering effects of epistemicide today, we see a continuous thread. The struggle over epistemic sovereignty, independence, the ability to think in one's own heritage. So our task today, is to recover confidence in our intellectual heritage, not as a relic of the past, but as a living alternative for the future. The deepest effect of colonialism was not just the occupation of land, but the occupation of mind. One of the lasting results has been disconnection from Muslim values and from our own intellectual heritage. Most of us, if we're asked, can you name a Western philosopher? We can perhaps list 3, 4, even 5. But if we ask, can you list a Muslim philosopher, a scholar, a mujtahid? Then perhaps 1 or 2. We have lost that education. For centuries, the Quran, Sunnah, and sciences of Islam were not only sources of guidance, but they were also the foundation by which we saw the world. That confidence was shattered. Many Muslims were trained to look outward, to measure their worth through foreign categories rather than through their own tradition. In the absence of that foundation, new identity markers began to take center stage. Instead of being known for justice, humility, or knowledge, Muslim societies began competing in the language of secular nationalism and spectacle. So we see Muslims now, skyscrapers rising higher than mountains, international sport events, fireworks and festivals, or the stamp of global recognition. These became the symbols of achievement. They told themselves that we had made it when we received recognition for Eid from the local township. Yet none of these spectacles restore the connection of values and intellectual frameworks that once gave our civilization its strength. Verses of the Quran are presented as if their worth lies only in confirming modern science. Let me say that again. Verses of the Quran were presented as if its worth or their worth lies only when it confirms modern science. The Sunnah is measured against liberal ideals to see if it passes the test of progress. This flips the relationship. Revelation becomes a guest in the house of modernity rather than the measure against which modernity itself is judged. And so we find ourselves in confusion. On one hand, Muslims rightly detest the brutality of settler colonialism in Palestine, Kashmir, and elsewhere. Yet at the same time, many have embraced the very Enlightenment values that produced colonialism in the first place. The same Enlightenment that gave us slogans of freedom and equality also justified slavery, empire, and the subjugation of the less developed nations, of Muslim nations. To reject the armies of colonialism while celebrating its philosophies is to live in contradiction. These are the results and aftershocks of colonialism: disconnection, misplaced identity, distorted approaches to revelation, and confusion about what to reject and what to embrace. Recognizing these symptoms is the first step forward towards healing and the first step towards reclaiming intellectual confidence on our own terms. Let me finish by saying, if these are the results and the aftershocks of colonialism, then what is our task today? The first goal must be to decolonize the mind and knowledge. Political independence without intellectual independence is incomplete. Political independence without intellectual independence is incomplete. As long as Muslims continue to see themselves through the categories of the West, we remain bound by the very system we seek to escape. For this task, a lineup of speakers today, trained in and dedicated to the Islamic intellectual traditions, will speak to us, hopefully opening our eyes, giving us confidence in our system, in our heritage. We must remember, though, Western epistemology is secular, atheist, and fragmented. It cuts knowledge into compartments and detaches meaning. By contrast, Islamic knowledge is holistic, centered on Allah, who is Al-Alim, the all-knowing, and Al-Hadi, the guide. Knowledge in Islam is never neutral. It is always tied to purpose, ethics, and ultimately to Allah. At the same time, our tradition has never been closed or insular. Islam has always absorbed knowledge from across the globe, from the Greek sciences to Persian statecraft to Indian mathematics. Muslims learn from others, but always reframe that knowledge which is within the paradigm of Tawheed. Revelation remained the center of our lens. Philosophy, medicine, astronomy, and law all found their places because they were integrated into an intellectual framework that recognized the Creator as the source of knowledge. This is the spirit we must revive today. Today's seminar is not just a history lesson. It is a step towards reclaiming our heritage, building confidence to critique modernity on our own terms, and charting a future rooted in the intellectual tradition, our intellectual tradition. The goal is not nostalgia for the past, but it's renewal for the present. That requires introspection. To ask ourselves, how much have we internalized foreign categories without realizing it? It requires connection to return to our sources and our scholars with seriousness. And it requires direction to set our path forward not by imitating others, but by standing on the foundation that Allah has given us. This is the call before us today, to decolonize the mind, to recenter knowledge on Allah, and to walk into the future not as imitators, but as inheritors of a living tradition. For this, I'm looking forward to hearing from our esteemed speakers today, and inshallah, I ask of you to listen carefully as well. This is a talk, as you already noticed from the way that I've been speaking, that is perhaps a bit more intellectual than we are used to. But intellectualism is where we need to come to. We need to be able to critique ideas that we have. Where did it come from? I've spent an entire lifetime asking myself this question. That when I have an idea, is this idea from the Madin that has been educated in the Western public system? Or is this an idea from the Madin that was educated in the Islamic tradition? Which one is it? And so this is the first step, decolonizing the mind, is to break down assumptions that you hold and ask, why do I hold that assumption? When we look at the Muslim world and we ask ourselves, oftentimes we reflexively just say something like, oh, if only we could be unified. How does that happen? Why are we divided in the first place? Oh, our leaders are corrupt. Why are they corrupt? How did they get there? What part do we have in all of this? It's very easy to think that we are the ones who understand everything perfectly. That the way I understand it is Islamic, but in fact, the framework by which I understand is not from Islam. Perhaps we threw in a Quran ayah, perhaps we threw in a hadith, and then we said, okay, this is Islamic. But we have 1,000+ years of heritage, of scholarship, of framework that we can delve into, that we can look at, and we can now look at the world through that lens and say, is this really Islamic? Is this really how our scholars would do it? We have seen in the past 200 years that the Muslims have gone through tremendous struggle, completely upended. For 1,000 years, the Ottoman Empire was the empire, and now it's not even around. In fact, what's left of it has become arguably secular and continues to be so for most of it. How do we end up here? The Muslims were rocked. Muslim countries were rocked. We produced literature. We produced books, philosophers, speakers. From Abdul to Iqbal. We have people who attempted in good faith, with nobility, to try to come up with answers. But what I propose to you today is that we have ignored what we had pre-modern. We ignored that foundation, that thought. We disconnected ourselves from that link between us and the Prophet ﷺ, and we instead attempted to circumvent it and ignore that tradition. And by doing that, everyone has to think in a framework. And when you ignore the tradition, you still can't be without a framework. And so now that framework comes from within. And if what's educated within is not from the Islamic heritage, then that framework from within will be like glasses with smudge on it. You may see some things, but a lot of it will be blurry and you'll mistake it. So inshallah, I'll finish here. We'll maybe take, I think, a couple of minutes before we have our next speaker come, inshallah. Again, I ask everyone to pay attention, to take notes, to ask questions when the opportunity arises, and benefit from this event, inshallah. Jazakumullahu khairan. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Jazakallah khair, Mawlana Mateen. When we look at the challenges Muslims face throughout history, we see that our scholars didn't just react. They built frameworks that help preserve faith through turmoil. These theological schools weren't abstract debates. They were responses to real pressures, confusions, and ideologies of their time. And the fact that they've endured until today shows us just how timeless and relevant they really are. We're grateful to have Maulana Nouman Chiba with us to take us through how these frameworks arose, why they matter, and what lessons they hold for us as we face the struggles of our time. To introduce you to Maulana Nouman, he was born and raised in Lawrenceville, New Jersey. At a young age, he ventured to Buffalo, New York, and Chatham, Ontario, to gain an understanding of the fundamentals of Islam. Upon graduation, he took up a position as an imam and teacher in Boston, and later a teaching and research position at Darul Ulum Canada he took up a position in Darul Ulum Canada. He has ijazah in the 6 major books of Hadith: Bukhari, Muslim, Tirmidhi, Nasa'i, Ibn Majah, and Abu Dawud. Previously, Imam Nouman has studied the Ifta under the esteemed guardianship of Mufti Abdul Rahman ibn Yusuf Mangera at White Thread Institute in London, where he studied texts on Usul al-Fiqh, Qawaid al-Fiqh, Usul al-Ifta, and Juziyat and Furu al-Fiqh. Currently, he's taking classes with Sheikh Saeed Fouden. Alongside being an imam, he is a graduate of computer science and is actively involved in research. He holds a Bachelor's of Science from the College of New Jersey and is currently finishing his Master's of Science on a part-time basis from New York University in computer science with a focus on cybersecurity and applied cryptography. Lastly, he's a board member and an instructor at Central Jersey Institute of Islamic Studies, or CIGIS, in Somerset, New Jersey. Everyone, please give your undivided attention to Maulana Nouman Chiba.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والعاقبة للمتقين، والصلاة والسلام على أفضل الأنبياء والمرسلين نبينا ومولانا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين. جزى الله عنا محمدا صلى الله عليه وسلم بما هو أهله. اللهم صل وسلم أشرف الصلاة والتسليم على سيدنا ونبينا ومولانا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين والحمد لله رب العالمين. First and foremost, we begin by praising Rabbul Alameen subhanahu wa ta'ala, and we pray that Allah Azza wa Jal uses this as a moment for us to not only renew our faith, but also as a moment for us to break the shackles, the intellectual shackles, and the centuries-long grip that the colonial powers have had over our minds, and many times over our hearts as well. One of the things that we typically, when we talk about Aqidah, which is our creed or our belief, we think of it as something of being a bit of an abstract philosophy, something that is spoken about in the books, something that is discussed on the corner of Hyde Park apparently, and just something that is not relevant or practical on a day-to-day basis. But the reality of the matter is that when we talk about Aqidah, we are referring to, or our belief, we're referring to the very anchor of who we are as Muslims. What we are defined as being Muslims, or what gives us the meaning to worship. What does it mean for us to worship? What does it mean for us to have a worldview? What does it mean for us to, as Shaykh Mateen was saying, view the world through a lens that is appropriate, or through a lens that is meant to be done so according to the teachings of Allah and His Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam? That's what Aqidah is. Aqidah is not something that is meant for just the history books or the classroom, but rather it is something that is much, much deeper and is much, much more impactful on a day-to-day basis for you and I. And it is precisely the reason why when the colonial powers throughout history, when they wanted to target Muslims, they targeted the intellectual history of the Muslims. They targeted Aqidah. Why? Because it is through which we identify as being Muslims. And so they understood that if we want to dominate a nation or a people or a group of people or groups of people, then what we need to do is not only occupy their land, we not only need to occupy their culture, but we also need to occupy their intellectual minds as well, where we need to shake their confidence in their own intellectual lineage as well as their spiritual lineage, because ours are interconnected. And so when you go through the colonial history and you go through the history of the Muslim lands and the Muslim world, wherever that may be, you will find that the traditions of the Ash'aris, the Maturidis, the Hanbalis, and all those, they were often dismissed as being outdated. Sometimes they were touted as being irrational. Sometimes they were touted as being irrelevant. And so Islam was being framed as a faith of the past. And since that is the faith of the past, here is something for the present and the future. And so Muslim identity was attacked not directly, but it was attacked through the intellect, by having the Muslim minds be presented with, whether it was European secularism, which was most of it, or something pagan. All of that, what it does is it led to a future that was viewed, that allowed for viewing the world from the eyes of the European, not necessarily that which the Sharia, or Allah and His Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam had left behind for us. And many a times this was presented as a neutral critique. It was presented that this is just academic rigor. Your tradition lost to, or your tradition failed academic rigor. The reality is this was part of the colonial project of redefining what it meant to be a Muslim. And so when we hear the ideas or terms like secular Muslim or non-secular Muslim, modern Muslim, non-moderate Muslim, these are terms that are alien to us. Or they should be alien to us. Why? Because what they do is they separate who we are with what we do. Whereas as Muslims, what we do and what we are is interconnected. And what we believe is a foundation of what all that is built upon. And so, we want to go a little bit of a historical context and talk about how our scholars of the past, they built sophisticated theologies that engage reason, that engage science, that engage philosophy, but it was done so on their own terms. Going from the Ash'aris to the Maturidis and the Hanbalis / Atharis, where their approach of how to address the issues of that time, the intellectual issues of that time, was a little bit different, but it's important for us to connect to it. And so, what all of these schools did, as unfortunately many present it today as being that they weakened the Ummah, the reality is far from it. They did not weaken the Ummah, rather they fortified it. They gave the Muslims the intellectual as well as the spiritual confidence to remain firm in their belief in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in His Messenger sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, and the unseen as well. One of the things that was presented, and one of the arguments that colonial powers used to present to the Muslims, and we're not even talking about the colonial powers that had occupied the entire countries yet, but what it was is they separated naql, which is what has been related from the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Sahaba and such, with aql. And they said that, look, you stick with naql and you do not use your aql at all. You do not use your reasoning at all. And so, the schools of Aqidah, or the schools of thought, what they did was, they looked at this and they decided, well, are we going to try to bridge this gap? And if so, how much so are we going to try to do so? And so, depending on the time, depending on the era, their approach differed. But the idea was not just to dismiss aql altogether, nor to reject naql, because that's part of who we are. It was rather to find a cohesive connectedness between the two, where you can have them coexist, where one, the aql, is able to explain some of that which is from the naql. And so we begin with the emergence of the school, but in order for us to understand this, we have to go a little bit back. We have to understand a little bit of history. And so when you look at the history, you find that the earliest generation of Muslims, the Aqidah, or their belief, was very clear and it was very simple. The companions, Ridwanullahi alayhim ajma'in, may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala be pleased with each and every single one of them, they didn't sit debating abstract philosophy. They believed as the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam taught them, and they left the rest upon Allah Azza wa Jal. They did what we will refer to as they did what was the safest pathway, and that was complete tafweed, with small exceptions here and there from the likes of Sayyidina Abdullah ibn Abbas and onwards. But generally speaking, what they did was they took what the Prophet ﷺ had given them, and they completely lifted their own take from it altogether, where they said that whatever it is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala revealed, that is how it is. We will not get into any of it beyond that. But then the Muslim Ummah, as it expands, it starts to face challenges. One of the challenges that it starts to face is it starts to deal with heretical sects, groups that start to emerge from within the folds of Islam and from amongst the Muslims as well, where they are beginning to deny, or they are beginning to reinterpret some of the core principles of what it means to be a Muslim. And these groups, many of them, tying it back into colonialism, many of them, they were impacted by external pressures and external forces. External ideas injected into their mind, telling them that what you're saying and what you are believing, it goes against X, Y, or Z. And so, what does that lead to? It leads to some groups, like whether that's the Qadariya, who denied the decree of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, or the Jahmiya, who stripped Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala of His attributes, or it comes to the Mu'tazila, who went even further, where they use rationalism, they elevated rationalism and reason to even judge revelation as well. These sorts of arguments, when they started to come up, the Muslims, the masses, these ideas and these doubts start to get implanted into their minds. And once these doubts start to get implanted into their minds, the Muslim scholars, they see, well, this is something that needs to be addressed. And so, the way of the previous methodology, which was the methodology of the Salaf, and as I said, which was the safest as well, which was in tafweed, complete tafweed. That may not have sufficed at that moment. So the Muslim scholars, what do? They start to come up with methodologies in order to address this. Another issue that comes up is Christian polemics, where debates with Christian theologians ends up leading to, especially in Syria and Iraq, modern-day Syria, modern-day Iraq and ancient Syria, what ends up leading to is that Muslims are being challenged. And they're being challenged to explain how Tawheed differs from Trinity. And they're being challenged they're being pressed to explain words like kalima, kalimatullah. What does that mean? The word of Allah. Where does that come from? And so once again, there is a need that is rising at that moment as well. And then the last, there is the influence of Greek philosophy as well. And to understand where that comes from, you have to understand during the Abbasid era of Khilafah, Muslims were thriving. And now times had come where they could build a culture. They could build a civilization that was beyond just the very basics. And so what ends up happening is that during the Abbasid era, there is a massive movement towards translation, where they are taking texts and ideas from different groups, from different places, and translating them within to Arabic or other local languages, in order for the Muslim crowd, or in order for the constituents of the Abbasid Caliphate to be able to read and to be able to explore these ideas as well. During this process, what ends up happening is that a lot of the Greek philosophy starts to get injected into the Muslim lands as well as the Muslim minds as well. When we talk about Aristotle, when we talk about Plato and such, they start to get injected into the Muslim mind, and those that do not understand them the way that they are meant to be understood, what ends up happening is that this flood of Hellenistic thought, it forces a lot of doubts to start to creep up within the Muslim mind. And so the Sunni scholars, they decide that we need to, they come to this conclusion that how is it that we can affirm the Quran while engaging with reason, even within the terms that have been given to us by Allah and His Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And so there's a response that happens to all of these. The earliest response you can see is when it comes to the heretical sects, and that is from Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal rahmatullahi alayh. May Allah be pleased with him and grant him al-Firdaus al-A'la. Imam Ahmad, who is referred to as Imam al-Sunnah wal Jama'ah, or Imam al-Sunnah, the Imam of al-Sunnah, he had to deal with Mu'tazilism. Right? He had to deal with it on a day-to-day basis. At that time, what ends up happening is he takes the approach of a very, very safest one, was to follow the ways of the Salaf, which, as you said earlier, was the tafweed, was complete submission to revelation, and to leave reason except in very, very dire circumstances. You also have the likes of Imam Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari rahmatullahi alayh, who is born in Baghdad, who lives in Baghdad as well, who is responding later on, once again, some of these issues as well. And then lastly, you have the Maturidi school, which was named after Imam Abu Mansur al-Maturidi, rahimahumullah, may Allah be pleased with each and every single one of them. To understand each of them, keep the framework in your mind that this is how all of these are for the purpose of responding, and for us to understand that the issues of their times, especially when we deal with colonialism and external pressures, especially on the intellectual side, that what is it that they are doing and how is it that they are responding to all of these. So we begin with the Ash'ari school. The Ash'ari school is attributed back to Imam Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari rahmatullahi alayh, and his story is a very interesting one. He studies as a Mu'tazili for about the first 40 years of his life. He is entrenched in that for quite some time. And then afterwards, he realizes, in fact, there are some narrations, there are some incidents that relate back that he saw the Prophet ﷺ in a dream, where the Prophet ﷺ commanded him to let go of some of the notions that he had believed in. And so once he has this awakening, he decides and he realizes that there's something wrong here. Because remember, the Mu'tazili approach was not just a rational approach, it was a hyper-rational approach. There was a hyper-rational approach where the idea was that they were going to rationalize everything. What would that mean? That would mean rejecting most of the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in order to safeguard Tawheed. That would mean that they would, for example, deny attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala like knowledge, or like power, like speech, as being separate realities. And what they would do is they would essentially just reduce it all to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's essence alone. And so, what is it? Out of their fear being that if we are to affirm these attributes, what would it do is it would imply plurality in the essence of Allah Azza wa Jal. But in the process of that hyper-rationalism, they end up rejecting parts of revelation as well. So the Ash'ari school, when it is founded, and when it is sort of, not really founded, but when Imam Abu Hasan al-Ash'ari rahmatullahi alayhi sort of starts to respond, his approach is to take not only the tafweed, but bring reason into this as well. Remember, previously, naqal is here, aqal is down here, right? Naqal is, this what has been related is very, very separate from where the aqal or the reasoning is. Imam al-Hasan al-Ash'ari rahmatullahi alayhi, he says, or his approach is to sort of create a balanced approach between the two extremes. Not be extremely rationalist, but not be extremely literalist or textualist either. And so, because of this, some of the key tenets of the Ash'ari school, they are that they affirm the Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's attributes in a manner that is bila kayf, with some ta'wil that is allowed, with some interpretation allowed. One important caveat to keep over here is that when we talk about ta'wil, we are not talking about your average Tom, Dick, and Harry. This is not your average Joe that is standing on the side of a park that is doing ta'wil. Ta'wil refers to interpretation that is done by masters of the field, not the average person. So this, when we talk about ta'wil, it is not open to what do you think, what do you think, what do you think. Rather, it is a very specific allowance of who is allowed to do ta'wil, when they're allowed to do ta'wil, and to what extent they are allowed to do that interpretation as well. Similarly, they emphasize on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's absolute will and power that human actions are seen through kasb, of an earning, that you are rewarded and punished based on your earning, meaning what is it that you are doing, the choices that you are making, not necessarily the results that come afterwards as well. And something that is going to be repeated later on as well is the idea of the Quran is being uncreated as it is the kalam and it is the speech of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And so what the Ash'ari school does is it takes reason and it tries to bridge that gap between naql and aql, but does not go too far where it's trying to bring rationalism or is trying to bring reason at the same level as naql. What the Mu'tazilis did was they took aql and they took it beyond naql. And that's what the deviance was. The Ash'aris, they bring it a little bit halfway, not to a textualist, but not a extreme rationalist approach either. Some notable scholars of the Ash'ari school is Imam al-Baqillani rahmatullahi alayh, Imam al-Haramain, Imam al-Juwayni rahmatullahi alayh, Imam al-Ghazali, Imam al-Razi rahimahumullah. This is one of the most famous one, and this is one of the, you could say, typically when they refer to the Ash'ira, this is who they are referring to. What's very interesting is that Imam al-Hasan al-Ash'ari rahmatullahi alayh is this direct descendant of Sayyidina Abu Musa al-Ash'ari radiyallahu anhu, the notable companion of the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. But you see what their aim is, what their approach is, and what is it that they're trying to do. That's what is being done as a way to respond to what was happening around them. The next, you have the Maturidi school. Next, you have the Maturidi school. The Maturidi school is attributed back to Imam Abu Mansur al-Maturidi of Samarkand. Now, of Samarkand, when we say Samarkand, Samarkand is where he passes away, although he is not born in Samarkand, he's from Maturidi. So Imam Abu Mansur al-Maturidi rahmatullahi alayhi, he sort of comes to prominence right around the same time as Imam Hasan al-Ash'ari rahmatullahi alayhi. And his approach is, once again, it's a different part of the world. Imam Abu Hasan al-Ash'ari is in Baghdad. Imam Abu Mansur al-Maturidi rahmatullahi alayhi is all the way in modern-day Uzbekistan, Samarkand area. And so it's a different area, but the challenges are similar. However, they're a little bit different as well. Imam Abu Mansur al-Maturidi rahmatullahi alayhi, he is dealing, and his purpose is to engage with dualists. These are those followers, these are those individuals that believe in two ultimate principles, meaning that there is a light of good, there's a God of good and there's a God of evil, as being two separate things, similar to something that's within Zoroastrianism as well. And additionally, the idea was to deal with rationalist sects as well. And so the Ash'ari school and the Maturidi school, they're considered to be sister schools, because in key tenets, they are essentially, or they are very, very similar to one another. They are very, very similar to one another when it comes to key tenets. The real difference that comes to be is that the Maturidi school, it leans more towards rationalism. It pushes rationalism a little bit further beyond where the Ash'ari school took it. Remember, if you want to go by, you're looking at my hands, if you want to go by where the scale is, like the Mu'tazilis, they took it, this is naqal, right? This is our standard. So what the Mu'tazilis do, they take it beyond naqal, right? They take rationalism above naqal. What the Ash'aris did is they take it halfway, not complete textualists, not complete rationalists either. They take it somewhere in the middle. The Maturidis, they go a little bit further, just a notch above the Ash'aris, and with the idea being that the aql can, for example, independently establish the existence of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and basic moral truths. Now this is, once again, this is a very rationalist approach, but within the frames and within the diagram of the Sharia, and not going beyond that. One common objection that is sometimes placed against the Maturidi as well as Ash'ari as well is that they abandon the revelation in favor of reason. If that thought ever comes to mind, just remember this scale. Reason. This is naqal, right? This is Quran and Hadith and stuff. Reason would never be at the same exact level, right? The Maturidis, they bring it a little bit closer than the Ash'ari, but it is nowhere near where naqal and where the Quran and the Hadith is. So that is a completely false claim without any sort of basis, and a very cherry-picked sort of claim as well. But nonetheless, they are primarily, we could say, similar to the Ash'aris when it comes to the attributes of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as well, but they have a bit of a more rationalist approach. Once again, adding this again and again, because I want to emphasize that their rationalist approach is nowhere near that of the Mu'tazila. It is nowhere even close to that. It is just a notch above the Ash'ari. And this methodology is something that is, for example, if you look at the notable scholars here, you notice the second name, Imam al-Nasafi rahmatullahi alayhi. Imam al-Nasafi rahmatullahi alayhi's teachings of Aqidah, of belief and creed, they essentially become the gold standard that is taught throughout the Muslim world, whether it's in Ash'ari lands or otherwise. Imam Nasafi rahmatullahi alayhi, his teachings become that way because of that. Because even later on when the Ash'ari, they had to deal with more rationalists that they may not have been equipped to. So they had to sort of borrow, and they had to turn towards more of the Maturidi approach. And so, once again, the Maturidi school and the Ash'ari school, they are very, very similar to one another in their approaches. The next school, which is the Hanbali school, otherwise also referred to as the Athari school, one of the things to keep in mind regarding that is you have to keep the context of when and where Imam Ahmad rahmatullahi alayhi came in order to understand his approach as well. Imam Ahmad rahmatullahi alayhi, and this is why, even though it's titled here as the Athari school, we really like to call it the Hanbali school more than anything else. And that is because it is completely attributed back to the school, then the teaching and the creed of Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal rahmatullahi alayhi. This is not to be confused with the modern and some versions of the Athari schools, which sort of lean more towards not the Hanbali way, but more of a anthropomorphist way, which is very different from the creed of Imam Ahmad. What was approach of Imam Ahmad rahmatullahi alayhi? Imam Ahmad's approach was very simple. The Sahaba, what did they do? They did tafweed. So what we will do tafweed as well. We will take the exact same approach as the Sahaba. The Sahaba did not interpret, right? The Sahaba did not interpret. They left it all back on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Meaning, they did not do any sort of ta'weed, illa with very, very few exceptions. And that is how we are going to leave it as well. Meaning, their focus is on what? Their focus is, let's keep the deen the way it is. Why? When there are rationalists that are popping up at this time, is because Imam Ahmad rahmatullahi alayhi comes at a time where there is a heavy balance on the rationalist side. When Imam Ahmad rahmatullahi alayhi, he's coming at a time where the leading powers are in the hands of the Mu'tazilis, the super rationalists, the hyper rationalists. And so in order to balance out the Ummah, Imam Ahmad rahmatullahi alayhi is taking a more extreme approach of an extremely textual one. And that is that we're not going to do any sort of ta'weed. We're not going to do any sort of interpretation. Why? Because it needs to be the counterweight against what is happening around him. And because of this, he is punished. The people of the powers of that time, they punish Imam Ahmad rahmatullahi alayhi. He suffers through all of that as well. But nonetheless, it was the answer to the call of the time. At that time, although it wasn't direct colonialism that he was dealing with, what he was dealing with was an overpowering of the Muslim mind. You could say somewhat of a overtaking of the Muslim mind, and so he is acting as a counterweight in order to repel all of that. And once again, this is referring to the Hanbali creed and the Hanbali school of belief as well. Now, when we look at it from just some methodology follows and a historical spread, you find something very interesting. Is that the Ash'aris, there is revelation is supreme, but reason is a good tool to defend it. That's an easy way to understand the Ash'ari approach. Their sister school, the Maturidis, they take similar to the Ash'aris, but they give a little bit more weight to reason. Just a little bit more weight to reason. The Athari or the Hanbali school, there is a very textualist approach where the Quran and Sunnah take absolute precedence and reason has no say in here. In fact, some of the more contemporary Hanbali scholars, they would say that if a Hanbali takes if they take a more textualist approach where they're going to complete the tafweed, then they are sticking to the original creed of Imam Ahmad. But if they take more of a reason and try to reason with revelation approach, then they are more leaning towards an Ash'ari approach. In terms of followers, the Ash'ari is dominant amongst the Shafi'is and many Malikis. The Maturidis, they were dominant primarily amongst the Hanafis, because if you look at it from a geographical standpoint, you can see where they come to be, and then it is rooted and it is adopted by the Ottomans as well. And the Ottomans were they used the Hanafi school as the school of the entire empire. Therefore, the Maturidis were primarily dominant amongst the Hanafis are primarily Maturidi, and the Atharis, or you could say the Hanbali once again, they is rooted in the Hanbali tradition. In terms of historical spread, the Ash'aris they spread around the Arab world, North Africa, parts of Egypt, Levant, and Yemen. Maturidis, they're primarily in Central Asia, Ottoman Empire, and the Indian subcontinent. And the Hanbalis, they were primarily in the Najd area. And then when we say the Najd area, we're not referring to the entire Arabian Peninsula. We're only referring to the middle part of the Arabian Peninsula, not the north nor the south. And then some pockets of it in Syria as well. And so, all three of these schools, if you look at what was it that they were trying to do, is that they were answering the call of their time. They were looking at how do we defend the Muslim tradition, or the Muslim mind, better yet, from the shackles of whether that is colonialism in the way of a power coming over and taking over a land, or colonialism in a way where a power is coming from the outside and it is occupying the mind of the Muslims. One last thing I wanted to end with here is an important thing, is that when it comes to all three of these, the Hanbalis, the Ash'aris, and the Maturidis, all three of them, they affirm Tawheed, they affirm the Quran as a speech of Allah, they affirm belief in angels, prophets, afterlife, and qadr. The primary key tenets of what it means to be a Muslim. All of them affirm each and every single one of those. The differences that they have is not in the pillars of Iman. The differences that they have are in methodology. How do we go about defending Islam? How do we go about, remember we talked about the scale here, right? How do we go about bringing cohesion between naql and aql? The Hanbali approach is, you don't need to bring cohesion. Leave it. The Ash'ari approach is, we'll go halfway. Right, about halfway. The Maturidi approach is, we'll go a little bit more than that as well. That's the crux of this sort of separation that occurs. The modern day sort of debates that you see online that are happening, and the modern day issues that we see that are rising amongst the Muslims, that has nothing to do with what's happening here. That has nothing to do with the schools of thought here. That's something new. That's something completely different. And that, in fact, has to do with the idea of colonialist mindset as well. Because many people, what has happened to a lot of us, a lot of our Muslim brothers and sisters, is that they have seen something and then they have been told that this is the right way. They have been told this is the right way, and then they have been told that this is the right way from someone that they may admire, or someone that they see to be as a superior person. For example, someone says that, oh, so-and-so, the sheikh from so-and-so holy city is saying this. How could it be false? How could it be false? He lives from a holy city. He's from a holy city. How could he make a false statement? It is impossible. And so there's this idea that because of where they are, who they are, there's a sense of superiority, and so we will adopt that as well. That's another form of intellectual colonialism. That's another form of just your mind being occupied in a way that goes against the roots of our tradition as well. So we pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala grants us tawfiq. We ask Allah Azza wa Jalla to protect each and every single one of our imans. And we pray that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala keeps us all on haqq, and that He gives us all khatma bi iman, death on iman. Wa akhiru da'wana alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen.
Just a quick reminder, inshallah, if you have any questions from any of the sessions that we're doing so far, inshallah, you can access it through this QR code and just scan it quickly here. And inshallah, you can input the code at the bottom that's listed for the Slido link, inshallah. I'll just give around 30 seconds for that, inshallah, and then we'll move on to the next segment of our program. For those who missed out as well, outside of the room, on my right and on my left, towards that entrance and this entrance, there are refreshments and a registration link for the giveaway, inshallah, for all those who are interested. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Inshallah, our next section is entitled Personal Accounts from... Inshallah, our next session is titled Personal Accounts from Within the Tradition. In many ways, this is the heart of our conference. This is a chance to hear not just abstract theories, but personal accounts from scholars who embody the depth of our theological heritage. We are honored to welcome Mufti Tufail Nuruddin, who will speak from the Maturidi perspective, Sheikh Ismail Bowers, who will share insights from the Ash'ari perspective, and Dr. Ahmad Maturidi, who will present from the Athari or Hanbali perspective. Through their personal accounts, we will see how these streams of scholarship converge upon the same truth, protecting the creed of Islam, while offering us diverse and profound ways of understanding our faith. Inshallah, we will begin with Sheikh Ismail Bowers and presenting the perspective from the Ash'ari school of thought. Just a little bit of background on Sheikh Ismail. He was born and raised in Knoxville, Tennessee, and he earned an Alamiya degree from the University of Al-Qawariyin in Fez, Morocco. He then completed a master's in theology from Emory University and is currently a PhD student in the Faculty of Theology and Religion at the University of Oxford in England. He currently serves as a resident scholar of the Islamic Society of Central Jersey. Inshallah, please join me in welcoming Sheikh Ismail Bowers to the stage.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. How are you guys doing? MashaAllah, do you guys have some donuts? I just had a donut and I said I need some sugar, some energy. Bismillah walhamdulillah wa sallallahu ala sayyidina rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala. It's a pleasure to be here with you, mashallah. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me, for setting all of this up. I think, mashallah, it's a great topic, very important. I just left a orientation that we had at ISCJ for seekers of knowledge, and we literally spoke about theology. We spoke about the importance of these sciences and how we are to be connected through what's called a sanad, a chain, back to scholars that go to who? The Sahaba, that go to whom? The Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So even though we have difference of opinions, they all go back to the same source. So I was asked to speak about the Ash'ari school, and this is the school that I was trained in at Al-Qarawiyyin. Although, of course, we respect and we love, and sometimes we accept opinions of other schools. So I do not want to stand in front of you and say I'm a Ash'ari, but I am trained in the Ash'ari school. And when I teach from the texts of the Ash'ari. And what does that mean? Sometimes when we hear terms, it sort of scares us. Like, what? What's Ash'ari? What's Maliki? What's Hanafi? I thought we were all Muslim. And that's the truth. We are all Muslim. But different. So I'll give you an example. Abu Bakr radiallahu anhu and Umar radiallahu anhu. These are the closest people to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Yet they differed on nearly 100 different issues. They had difference of opinions. And likewise, the Sahaba, they had different opinions, and the Tabi'een and the Salaf. And so scholars began to develop methodologies of deducing rulings and interpreting the Quran and interpreting the Hadith. And for that reason, we have these terms. These are the schools of, for example, Imam Malik, Imam Abu Hanifa, Imam Maturidi. But sometimes we think that when we say the Ash'ari school, oh, mashallah, it's great to have. So I have a time limit. I haven't even started the topic, what I was thinking of. It's just an introduction. So sometimes when we hear Ash'ari, we think, oh, these are the opinions of this one individual. But we don't realize actually it's their students and students over 1,000+ years. And sometimes an opinion within the Ash'ari school is actually not the opinion of Imam Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari himself. That's an important introduction to mention. And I'll mention something else which I wasn't planning on saying, but when our dear brother said, their personal relationship to these schools, when I first went to Morocco, so that's where I studied, I had a big issue, I guess you could say, and a lot of doubt as it related to theology and whom Allah Azza wa Jal really is. And I remember right before going to Morocco, I went to Umrah and I purchased a book. I won't mention the book, but I purchased a book there, and I remember I was in the Rawda, sitting reading this book on the attributes of Allah Azza wa Jal. And this book went into details, like physical details, like the shin and the hand and this and that, and it really messed me up. And before that, I didn't have any training in the Sharia. I just always thought Allah is Allah. I can't like conceptualize Allah. But then I got to Morocco and I had a family member who was a scholar, but he was a scholar that held specific beliefs about theology. And that conformed and that followed what I read in this book. And as I began to engage him, the time keeps going up.
I added some time.
Okay, sorry guys, they added a little bit of time. So, as I was discussing with him, I literally felt a crisis in my faith. And I remember I was in Morocco, I was like, I was at this point like a sophomore in college. I remember getting to the point of tears because I didn't understand who Allah was. And that's like, what? The whole point is to understand who Allah is and how to worship Him. But how can you worship one who you don't understand, you could say? So that led me to a path of learning more about Islamic theology and the different schools, including the school of Imam Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari. And right now I'm doing my PhD on theology. And so I'll talk a little bit about this briefly. But first and foremost, Imam Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari, he was a scholar who was born in the year 260 Hijri. It's a long time ago. He's from the Salaf, you could say, from the early generations of Islam, and he passed away in the year 324, around this area. And when you look at the different madahib of fiqh, what are the four madahib of fiqh? Who can just tell me? Let's make it engaging a little bit. Huh? Hanafi, Maliki, some sisters, Shafi'i, and Hanbali. So when you examine the scholars of the Maliki school, almost all of them follow the school of Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari in theology. Like 95+%. If you look at the Shafi'is, the same thing. Practically all of them follow the school of Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari in theology. That's why Al-Azhar al-Sharif, the school that they predominantly teach in theology is the Ash'ari school of theology. By the way, most Sunni Muslims around the world follow the Ash'ari school, whether they know it or not. In the Hanafi madhab, you have those who follow the school of Imam Maturidi, and you have scholars of the Hanafi madhab that follow the Ash'ari school of theology. And the same thing with the Hanbali school. Although the Hanbali school, yes, they have a school of Aqidah, the Hanbali school of Aqidah or Athari school, but even among the Hanabila, there are those who follow the Ash'ari school of theology. So I wanted to begin with that, just so that you understand this is a school of al-Sunnah wal Jama'ah, and you could argue the majority of al-Sunnah wal Jama'ah. Allah Ta'ala. When I went to Morocco, I began to study at Al-Qarawiyyin, and I know that this conference has to do with the effects of colonialism, right? Am I right? So, Morocco was occupied by whom? By the French. And Al-Qarawiyyin, if you don't know, the sister should know, the oldest university, by Fatima al-Fihriya, rahimahullah. Al-Qarawiyyin, this is where I studied, in the masjid that she founded, on the floor, right? This is the same structure to this day. This university, according to UNESCO and all of these organizations, is considered the oldest university that's continuously functioning and still open. But there was a period, a short period, when the French occupied Morocco and they tried to limit teaching in Al-Qarawiyyin. But what happened? The ulama taught in their home and they still had their students and they still taught the books that were taught to them by their teachers. And the Ash'ari school, most likely it entered Morocco in around the year 400 to 500 Hijri, the time of the Murabitin. But this was the school adopted by Al-Qarawiyyin in theology and of the whole country. Like the whole country. And there were some interruptions here and there, but generally, like today, for example, Morocco, they follow the madhab of Imam Malik in fiqh. They follow the school of Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari in theology. So, it's important to know that this university has been producing scholars who are trained in the school of Imam Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari, and they travel all around the world, and when they teach books of theology, they usually teach these texts. Now, there are very few differences between the Ash'ari school and the Maturidi school, which is another majority school. But what I want to focus on is what are some of the principles of the Ash'ari school. Okay, now this is where it's going to get fun. And I think this is the focus of the topic, is what are some of the principles of the Ash'ari, and how do they argue when they differ with others? And it's important to note the major points of theology. There are very few disagreements between them and the Maturidi school. And there are some differences with the Hanbali school, but usually the differences are on smaller issues, you could say. But I want to give you a few principles. Number one, the Ash'ari, they say, and most people don't know this, and this is in the book Jawharat al-Tawheed by Imam al-Laqani. And this text is taught at Al-Qarawiyyin, it's taught at Al-Azhar, it's taught all over the world. Malaysia, Indonesia, Yemen, Syria, Palestine. May Allah bring relief to Palestine, Ya Rabbi. He says in this poem, وَكُلُّ نَصٍ أَوْهَمَ التَّشْبِيهَ أَوِّلْهُ أَوْ فَوِّضْ وَرُمْ تَنْزِيهَ. Which means, because what are these theological schools? They're methods of interpreting verses of the Quran or Hadith to understand Allah and those things that relate to theology. So Imam al-Laqani, he says, any ayah or hadith that causes you to imagine Allah in a way that resembles the creation. By the way, this is what my PhD is on. I'll talk about it after. You have two options in the Ash'ari school. And I love these two options. أَوِّلْهُ أَوْ فَوِّضْ. Let's start with the second one. At-Tafweed. This is the school of As-Salaf Salih. This is the school of the early generation of Islam. And it's an important note to mention that when scholars of the Ash'ari school wrote about Imam Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari himself, remember this is 200, 300 Hijri, they said all he did was preserve and transmit the methodology of the Sahaba and the Prophet ﷺ. Sometimes people think, no, like he tried to introduce all these new things. No, he was looking at Abdullah ibn Abbas radiallahu anhu, who would hear an ayah, a verse, and he would do what's called ta'weel. And he would hear, and he knew of other Sahaba, when they heard a certain verse that didn't make sense, they would do tafweed. And so in the Ash'ari school, these are two foundational principles. If you hear a verse, for example, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم يد الله فوق أيديهم. The hand of Allah is over their hands. The Ash'ari will say, you have two options. The first option is the way of the early generation of Islam, is to do tafweed, which means to say, Allahu A'lam, what that means. I'm not going to establish a specific meaning. And they say about Imam Malik, anyone who says the hand of Allah that's referred to is like our hand, their hand should be severed. He said, if anybody says Allah's seeing or his sight or his eye is like our eye, their eye should be removed. Imam Malik said this to emphasize when Allah talks about his hand or his face, this doesn't mean the physical creation. So this is one of the opinions of the Ash'ari, which I love. Who here loves this opinion? Say Allahu A'lam. Yeah, mashallah, all hands up. Allahu A'lam. I don't need to know all of the minute details or what Allah, the everlasting, the creator of the heavens and earth, specifically meant. Allahu A'lam. But be careful. Sometimes people say, no, it's this, but Allahu A'lam. But they still establish a meaning. That's what the Ash'ari disliked. They would say, no, be true and say, Allah knows best what this means, and move on. The second opinion is a ta'weel, which is to give an interpretation that is in line with all of the other verses and ahadith. And this is a foundational principle of al-Ash'ari, which is what? رَدُّ الْمُتَشَابِهِ إِلَى الْمُحْكَمِ, which means to take any ambiguous hadith or ayah about Allah and Allah's nature, anything that describes Allah or His essence. If there's ambiguity, what do you do? You go find another ayah or hadith that gives clarity. And you say the meaning here that's ambiguous, Allah may have meant this. And so, for example, and I'll give you just this ayah that we said, Yadullahi fawqa aydihim. The hand of Allah is over their hands. The ulama will say there's an ayah that is clear, muhkam, clear, no ambiguity. Which is what? Laysa kamithlihi shay. There's nothing like Allah. Laysa kamithlihi shay. Wa huwa as-sami'ul basir. Nothing is like. So they say these two sort of contradict the hand of Allah, but Allah, there's nothing like Allah. So they say, since this is ambiguous, what is the intended meaning? Focus on what is clear, which is that there is nothing like Allah, which means this can't mean a physical hand like a human hand. So that's important to mention. The Ash'ari, they focus on a few other things in interpreting, and maybe you've noticed this. I'll mention 3 here. Logic, rationale, logic. And there was a difference of opinion among the ulama. Is it permitted to study logic and to take from, let's say, the Greeks, that logic which conforms with the Sharia, or not? Some ulama said, no, we don't take logic at all. Some ulama said, no, any science that does not contradict the Sharia and gives us a better way of understanding should be accepted. And so you find the Ash'ari, especially, they accepted certain principles of logic to help interpret a hadith or ayahs that were difficult to interpret. I'll give you an example from my PhD. But that's first, logic. Actually, I'll tell you about something here. All of the texts, the beginner texts of theology among the Ash'ari, they begin by saying there are 3 ways of arriving at judgments, rational judgments. Or 3 categories of rational judgments. Everything you can conceptualize or think of is either wajib, necessary, or mustahil, impossible, or jaiz, which is possible. If you think about anything, it all falls under these 3 categories, which actually humbles the human being to realize our minds cannot just think about anything. So I'll give you an example. Can you think of something that is moving and still at the exact same time? Can you think of a square that's also a circle at the exact same time? These are impossible, rationally impossible, because they contradict one another. So something that is moving cannot be still. This is the logic that they use. So they said, for example, Allah has attributes that are necessary for Him. Allah must be all knowledgeable. Because what's the alternative? Ignorant? They say this is impossible, rationally impossible that a God would be ignorant. Or that Allah has no beginning, Allah has no end. These are all attributes, and the Ash'ari, they break them up into that which is necessary and that which is impossible or contradictory. So Allah cannot be ignorant. Allah cannot be weak. Weak, for example. Okay, so we talked about logic. Language. The Ash'ari focus on language. Okay, I'm going to share something with you that I realized while I was studying Al-Ghazali. Okay, at the very end of my studies. And this is, by the way, a 12-year program. I didn't begin from the beginning because I was able to test out some years. But this is a 12-year program. At the very end, what I realized was the following. The Arabic language is very, 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 very important. Understanding the Arabic language, understanding the pre-Islamic poetry of the Arabs, understanding when Allah says this, what does He mean? And what are all of the possible meaning from a linguistic perspective? And in the final 3 years at Al-Qarawiyyin, we studied a subject in a text. The subject is called Fiqhul Lugha. Fiqhul Lugha. You say fiqh, I know fiqh of, prayer and salah. This is fiqh al-lugha, the understanding of language, which is in English called philology. Philology, the source and origins of. Oh man, I need to finish up. The source of the Arabic language, these words. Do you know how many words in the Quran are not Arabic words in their source or in their origins? They come from other languages. Al-Firdaus, for example. There are different. So the Asha'ira, they focus on language. What is the meaning of this word? And does it have multiple meanings that Allah could have intended? And so if one meaning contradicts other ayahs, but another meaning conforms with those ayahs, then we take that meaning. Does that make sense, everybody? Okay. What's the third? Context. Context of verses of the Quran. Context of ahadith. So now, I just have 5 minutes. I'll talk to you about my PhD. Do you guys know all of the verses or ahadith that talk about Allah in a way that may seem or may interpret it in an anthropomorphic way? And this is what we're talking about. So verses about his hand, verses about, you guys know the hadith, Allah in the last third of the night, what does he do?
He comes down.
Yeah, look at all of you with your hands. Do you know what we just said? So Allah was someplace and then he came down here. Yeah, that's a very Christian way of thinking, right? That God came into this world. So my PhD is on all of the ahadith and verses in Al-Quran al-Kareem that refer to Allah and his attributes that can easily be interpreted literally. And that's how many Muslims interpreted them, literally. Oh, Allah comes and goes. He goes up and he comes down. And he flies and he is within his creation. And I am working on a text. It's called Mushkilul Hadith wa Bayanu by Ibn Furak. Ibn Furak was the student of Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari. Imam Ibn Furak was the student of Abu al-Hasan al-Bahili, who was the student of Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari himself. Ibn Furak has a little book. He brings all of these ahadith and he says, actually, this is the interpretation. And how does he interpret? Using logic, using language, using context, and using the other verses and ayahs that are muhkam, that are clear and unambiguous. So I'll mention to you the first hadith that he talks about. All right, you tell me how you interpret this. The Prophet ﷺ said, خَلَقَ اللَّهُ آدَمَ عَلَى صُورَتِهِ. Allah created Adam in his image. That's the hadith. Allah created Adam in his image. There are scholars today, I've read their answers, that say this means Allah created Adam in Allah's image. And then, okay, let's talk about that. What do you mean? And then Ibn Furak, he says, why do you even have to think like that? There's a damir. Do you guys know what a damir is? The pronoun. خَلَقَ اللَّهُ آدَمَ عَلَى صُورَتِهِ. His image. So Ibn Furak says the hat here, why do you assume that it's referring to Allah's image and not referring to someone else's image? So let's talk about language and then we'll talk about context. Ibn Furak says if you want, it could mean, and this was possible in the Arabic language, that the damir goes back to the immediate person that was mentioned right before. So Allah created Adam in his image. Meaning Allah did not create Adam as a baby that was born and that developed and that grew up, but Allah created Adam as a man. Allah created him in that image. And that is possible from a linguistic perspective. But then he says, let's look at the context of the story. Ibn Furak says that he narrates, and he heard this from his teachers, from their teachers, that the Prophet ﷺ was once walking and he saw a man smack a little kid who was either his son or his servant. And the man said, قَبَّحَ اللَّهُ وَجْهَكَ. May Allah قَبَّحَ, distort, disfigure, make ugly your face and any face that resembles your face. The Prophet ﷺ in the story tells the man, don't do that, for Allah created Adam in his image. Meaning, Adam looks like that, has that face. This is from a context perspective. Okay, I have 2 minutes. So last thing I want to tell you. One of the reasons that I really appreciate the school of Imam Abu al-Hasan al-Ash'ari is on his deathbed. And he is the only one from what I know of, but I can be corrected if I'm wrong. He's the only one from what who I know of. On his deathbed, he explicitly said, "I do not do takfir of any Muslim who prays to the Qibla," which is just amazing to hear from a theologian or someone who's famous for his theology, that he does not do takfir of anyone who prays our prayer, prays to our Qibla, eats our type of food. And I'm not saying that so that we can have a negative opinion of other great theologians and scholars. No. Every one of the ulama of the Maturidiyya and the Hanabila in different schools, as they say in Arabic, ala ra'si wal ayn, on top of the head and eyes. You respect them, you love them. But I think Al-Azhar themselves, they said the reason that they wanted to choose the Ash'ari school is because of this statement that we do not do takfir of anyone who prays to the Qibla. May Allah Azza wa Jalla bless you and bless your families. I think I have another talk. I don't know if you're going to be here, but I would, inshallah, maybe I can meet you after the talk. And may Allah accept and grant us all knowledge and wisdom. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Jazakallah khair, Sheikh Ismail, for your insights. Inshallah, we will be now moving on to the next segment of our program, inshallah, where we will be discovering and exploring the Maturidi perspective, inshallah ta'ala. And inshallah, to speak on this will be Mufti Tufail Nuruddin. And just to introduce him a little bit, Mufti Tufail Nuruddin is a Hafiz and a graduate of Darul Ulum Azadville in South Africa. Additionally, he hosts ijazat in Hadith from several senior scholars of Hadith. Mufti Tufail later specialized in issuing legal responses, or fatawa, at Jamia Qasim al-Ulum in Toronto. Throughout his career, Mufti Tufail has taught and served in various communities across Toronto, Massachusetts, Pennsylvania, and New York. He is currently a teacher at Beit al-Hamd Institute in New York City, and his passion lies in research, and he has authored numerous papers and books in both Arabic and English. Inshallah, we'll have Mufti Tufail Nuruddin come up to the stage. Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Alhamdulillah, it's nice to see quite a few familiar faces. So I'll just start off with a few preliminary notions. Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala sayyidina Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa man wala. Amma ba'd. So, this session was termed as the Maturidi school. I'm just going to kind of break that for 2 seconds. I don't like the term Maturidi. And I'll tell you why, because it's anachronistic. Anachronistic means that it goes against history, it goes against time. Why? Because the beliefs that were proffered by Imam Abu Mansur al-Maturidi already pre-existed him. He was just articulating that which already existed, right? As a matter of fact, one of the key texts that a lot of people refer to in the study of Maturidi Aqidah will actually be, for example, Al-Aqidah al-Tahawiyya. Now, Imam al-Tahawi rahimahullah himself, does he come before or after Abu Mansur al-Maturidi? Does he come before or after?
After.
Imam al-Tahawi comes before. So, and as he starts, he actually says, that هذا بيان عقيدة أهل السنة والجماعة, and he specifies who does he mean, right? He means Imam Abu Hanifa, Imam Abu Yusuf, Imam Muhammad ibn Hassan al-Shaybani. He lists them, he mentions their names. So what we actually see is that this school of theology that we call Maturidi is actually not Maturidi, it's actually Hanafi. The correct term for it would be Hanafi. So personally as well, when I refer to the school, I generally say the Hanafi school of Aqidah. And then we can say the Ash'ari school of Aqidah, and then we can say Athari / Hanbali school of Aqidah. My section is not on the Athari session, so I will leave that to the Atharis, inshallah. But even the term Athari itself, how much was it used, in what context was it used? Did scholars refer themselves to, this school that was known as the Athari school or not? Or is it a term that was popularized later? What are the principles of that school? And what relationship does it have with Imam Ahmad rahimahullah? That is an entire topic that hopefully, inshallah, Dr. Ahmed will elaborate a whole lot more on. So, first things first, I wanted to break that down, that I don't like the term Maturidi, so maybe we can scratch that at some point and just write Hanafi principles and framework. Anyway, so the Hanafi school of Aqidah, there are a few things that make it prominent, and to understand what these things are, we can kind of use some of the other schools as a contrast. The first thing to keep in mind is that all three schools of Sunni theology, and I'm talking about the Hanafi school, the Ash'ari school, and the Hanbali school, all three of them, we consider them as part of al-Sunnah wal-Jama'ah, and a lot of times we will see that any difference of opinion that exists amongst them will mostly be semantic, right? When I say semantic, what I mean is that certain words are being used, but the concepts mostly refer to the same concepts, right? And just to give you an example, I don't want to get too surgical with my examples, but inshallah you will enjoy some of these philosophical tangents. If you look at the notion of God and time, right? Allah and time. How do we understand the relationship between Allah and time? If you ask, for example, a Hanafi / I'll just use the term Maturidi so you're familiar with it because you're familiar with it. But if you ask a Hanafi scholar or a Hanafi theologian, what is the relationship between time and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? They will say that time is actually non-existent for Allah. It is something that is not applicable. And the reason for that is because Allah is timeless. Time, depending on how you view it, part of my thesis at Columbia, I actually contrasted different physicists, different philosophers as well, and then some of the Ash'ari and Hanafi scholars as well, and their position on time, their contributions to the philosophy of time before it even became popularized as is today. So time you can understand, as two different concepts. One could be that it's actually something, like it's an actual thing that can be manipulated, that can be, created, and so on and so forth. The other way to understand time is that it's actually the name that we assign to a sequence of events, right? If you take the second understanding of it, and you will see Imam Sa'duddin al-Taftazani, he actually alludes to the second definition of time in his Sharh al-Aqaid al-Nasafiyya. So, the second understanding of time would mean that if there was only one entity, would there be time? If there was only one occurrence, would there be time? What do you guys think? Sorry?
Depending on when the event is occurring.
If there's only one event, is there time? According to the second understanding. Yes or no? No. There's no time, right? Time is just an expression. Even when we use the terms day and year, we're actually referring to different events, different occurrences, right? We're thinking about the motion of the earth, around the sun. We're thinking about the motion of the earth around its own orbit, and so on and so forth, right? When we talk about days, when we talk about years, we're actually talking about events. We're talking about occurrences. And so if we understand time as a sequence, as a kind of relational sequence, then what we're actually saying is that you have T1, T2, T3, and you have this set of events. Let's say the first instance there you put as the Big Bang theory, right? As part of the Big Bang occurs, then you have an expansion, rapid expansion, and each thing that occurs, you time them as T1, then T2, T3, T4, and so on and so forth. That's how you have time until what we have today. And so according to the Hanafis, they would say that this whole sequence, you can draw a line, this whole sequence is unfolding in front of us. Allah is outside of the sequence. So you can say this sequence does not occur, in front of Allah as they are happening. This has already happened, right? Even actually to say the word already implies some kind of time, some kind of past. That past does not exist for Allah, right? And this is actually a very genial method to dispel a lot of different potential objections. Like, for example, in Aqidah and Kalam, there's a very, very hair-splitting discussion Imam Al-Ghazali rahimahullah brings up in Al-Iqtisad, which is about will, the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Some of you might have actually thought about it at a deeper level, and some of you might not have. But one of the most perplexing discussions in Kalam is what motivates. We know that the actions of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala are motivated by His will, right? You have qudra, you have His power, you have the knowledge of Allah. What actually allows one possibility to occur over another possibility is the will of Allah, right? Let's say we were to say that, Rayyan could have been born or not born. These are two possibilities, two perfectly plausible possibilities. The fact that one occurs and the other doesn't is factored by Allah's will, right? Now the second question could have been, what motivates Allah's will? Right? And Imam Al-Ghazali rahimahullah, he actually entertains multiple possibilities, and he says, you have to say that the will of Allah is independent. You cannot say that, for example, it's just another term for His ilm, His knowledge, or His qudra, or His that even, right? His entity even. So the point that I was making is that if you say Allah is timeless, then there is no question about what motivated Allah to do this at that time and that time, because time does not exist for Allah. Do you understand? Does that make sense? That question of why did Allah create the universe at T1 and not at T2 or not at T-1 is irrelevant, because T does not exist for Allah. Time does not exist for Allah. It's one will, right, that is now manifesting in front of us. This is the Hanafi understanding. If you ask the Ash'aris will say that Allah is Qadim fi zaman, but not necessarily fi that as the Hanafis are explaining. They'll say that Allah is pre-eternal, fil azal, in the past, and also fil abad, in the future. Right? So He is al-awwal, He is al-akhir, and they also have their evidences as well, including the fact that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions in the Quran, huwa al-awwal wal-akhir wal-zahir wal-batin, that He is the first and He is the last, which seemingly puts Him in a sequence, right? But they would say that He is the first of that sequence and He's also the last of that sequence. Ultimately, the conclusions from both of these positions really come down to the same thing, right? They're expressed in different ways, but if you were to ask them, about different, use as a litmus test, different questions, like what is your belief about the ability of Allah? What motivates Allah? They would have the same answers. Both schools would have the same answers. Right? So this is just, one example of, the second point which I was mentioning, the second principle, which is the fact that all three schools are legitimate schools of Aqidah, and most of their differences, if you want to, you can look at them as semantic differences of opinion. Of course, they can be substantial. If you really look at it, there are some ulama that will say they are substantial differences of opinion. But if you truly read them and you ask about their conclusions, in a practical scenario, what is your belief about this or that, then you will see that their conclusions actually align and come down to the same thing. Likewise, if you take the discussion on whether Iman increases or decreases, and whether Iman is something binary, is it something that is simple or something that is complex? Is it something that is basilt? Basilt means simple. It is either there or not there. A person either has Iman or does not have Iman. And the other position, which most of the,
actually both of these positions, the second position is that Iman is murakkab, it is complex, and it entails multiple different parts. It entails, tasdiq bil jinan, the affirmation of the heart, and also al-iqrar bil lisan, pronunciation by the tongue, articulation by the tongue, and also al-a'mal bil arkan, that a person acts upon the actions of Iman. You will find scholars of the Hanafi or Maturidi school to also be on the second position as well. Some of them, not all of them, but majority will align with the first position, right? And you'll also find some Ash'aris on the other side as well. In any case, again, there's the substance of it comes down to the same thing, right? If you were to ask a Hanafi, a Hanafi will say that either you have belief in your heart or you don't. So you either have Iman or you don't. It's not multiple ingredients. If you ask an Ash'ari, okay, what about a mute person? This person was born and they were just simply not able to articulate La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. Remember that the Ash'aris, Shaykh Ismail, you have to catch him on this after, this mute person, can he ever truly be a Muslim? Because he's not able to say La ilaha illallah, what happened to al-Iqrar bil lisan, right? But Shaykh Ismail will tell you, yes, this person is a Muslim, right? You ask any Ash'ari, they will say this person is a Muslim as long as they have the belief of Iman. And A'mal, okay, what if a person accepts Islam and the next moment they pass away? They take the Shahada, the next moment they pass away. They have zero other actions other than the kalima, on their book of deeds. What happens? They will say this person is also a believer, inshallah, right? And this is also the conclusion that the Hanafis and the Maturidis will also reach. So you will see that there are multiple areas that you will see that they're kind of reaching the same conclusion, although it's expressed differently. The kind of sects that they were debating or they were contemporaries of determine how they're formulating their arguments, right? So that historical, political context is something that is necessary. It's important for us to understand. That's the second thing that I wanted to mention. The third thing that I wanted us to understand is ultimately what we'll see, especially in this kind of post-colonial world where we're really Muslims in general, I would say, in terms of our understanding of the economics of Islam, the philosophy of Islam, the structural legal understanding of Islam. I'm not talking about just the skeletal halal haram. I'm talking about the legal theoretical, like what makes the law. These are all areas that actually we're re-exploring. There's an entire phase that even scholarship, or you can say largely disconnected to teachings and also sources that elaborate on these, you can say, foundational things. And we were all thrown into this post-colonial world in which certain epistemologies, certain norms, certain truths, certain aesthetics were just shoved upon us and everyone took them as granted. So what's happened is actually you will see that in your area you will find different scholars. Some of them are Ash'ari, some of them are Maturidi, some of them are Athari, and I would say benefit from all of them, right? And choose one that you find reliable, that you find that this person is knowledgeable, you find that I can connect with this person, and inshallah, a person that associates with any of these three schools will lead you to that which is right. So that's the third thing, preliminary that I wanted to share with you. The fourth point that I want to share with you is understanding the foundations of the Hanafi school itself. The Hanafi school, in its legal sense and also in its aqadi, in its theological sense, for the overwhelming majority of Islamic history, they have always been majority because of the political condition of the Muslim world. You'll see that Abbasis, for example, the Ottomans, the Uthmanis, many of them subscribed to the Hanafi legal school and also theological doctrine. And so what that did is that propagated, a lot of Maturidi and a lot of Hanafi teachings. But just like, a person would study the Maturidi school or the Hanafi school, one thing that we need to really focus on is what is the ultimate goal? from Aqidah itself. What is the ultimate goal? It's nice that we are dissecting these discussions, but Imam Al-Ghazali rahimahullah, in the Muqaddimah, in the introduction of Al-Iqtisad, he has a book called Al-Iqtisad fil I'tiqad, Moderation in Belief. He has 4 prefaces, 4 prologues, 4 introductions. Before he even starts his book, he asks this question: is it necessary for a person to study any of this? Right? And the reason why I'm bringing this up as a 4th point is that a lot of times what you will see is a huge focus on dissecting, who believes what in its real, fine nuances, and then kind of being disconnected from the reality, right, of what people are actually facing. And this is really a kind of like silent cry and call for me to unite on the principles and battle that which contrasts to this, whether it be atheism, right? Kalam itself as a science is in a phase of renewal, right? What, for example, you might have heard Sheikh Hamza Karamani talk about, Kalam 3.0, right? There was a Kalam that was before Razi, before Al-Ghazali, that develops, and significantly what happens is that post-Razi, post-Fakhruddin al-Razi, Kalam swallows falsafa, Kalam swallows issues of metaphysics, of, like I give the example of the philosophy of time. It starts to discuss this. If you look at, Sharh al-Maqasid, you'll actually see an entire discussion on Ayniyah, what is space, right? So it now engulfs entire discussions on metaphysics, on epistemology, on what we would call, the kind of natural philosophy or sciences of today, right? So that's the second phase. And then the third phase is what we're facing today. If you take modern science, then how do you establish some rational grounds for a person to believe in the existence of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? And when I say rational, I really like that Sheikh Ismail especially, he gave a few examples of what logic actually necessitates, right? And you will hear this a lot, that logic is language. And I'll just end with this, that if you take the dala'il that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala puts forth in the Quran, right? Like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala asks these questions, أَمْ خُلِقُوا مِنْ غَيْرِ شَيْءٍ أَمْ هُمُ الْخَالِقُونَ أَمْ خَلَقُوا السَّمَاوَاتِ وَالْأَرْضَ بَلْ لَا يُوقِنُونَ. Or if you take, for example, لَوْ كَانَ فِيهِمَا آلِهَةٌ إِلَّا اللَّهُ لَفَسَدَتَا. You can make entire logical trees that you can actually formulate after in symbolic logic, in mathematical logic. You can actually pronounce these, and you will see that it comes to logical necessities. The belief in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is something that is a logical necessity, because if you did not believe in that, you would end up in an actual mathematical contradiction. If you believed in more than one deity, in the sense of its omnipotence, his omnipotence, and also his omniscience and his omnibenevolence, what you would end up is an actual mathematical contradiction, right? In its most raw, basic sense, this cannot be. It's not just that it's improbable, but rather logically impossible. So the fourth, real plea that I had is that whatever we study, whether it's the Maturidi school, whether it's the Ash'ari school, or whether it's the Athari school, what we want to do is this renewal of Kalam and its application to the modern world, and dispelling modern day doubts that people have related to our theology and our beliefs. May Allah grant us the tawfiq. Wa akhiru da'wana alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin.
Jazakallah khair, Mufti Tufan Nuruddin. Inshallah, we will be moving to the last segment of this portion of the program. Inshallah, we will be exploring the Athari and Hanbali perspective of Aqidah, inshallah. And to comment on that will be Dr. Ahmad Matouli Muhammad. Dr. Ahmed holds a Master in Science and PhD in Biology from Queen's University, Canada, and an MA in Islamic Studies from the University of Minnesota. He also holds Ijazat in Quran recitation, Tajweed, Aqidah, Hadith, Principles of Fiqh, Usul al-Fiqh, and Principles of Hadith. Inshallah, without any further time, we'll welcome Dr. Ahmed Matouli to the stage. Inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. How long has been here for? You don't know, right? No, seriously, how long have you been here for?
An hour and a half.
Huh?
An hour and a half to 12.
2 hours? Do you guys have a break yet?
After the session.
Time. So you wait till they fall asleep, and then it's my turn. Alhamdulillah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. وصلى على أشرف المرسلين سيدنا وحبيبنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين ومن تبعهم بإحسان إلى يوم الدين أما بعد. So, one thing I have to say, I don't know how, inshallah, I'm sure the other speakers feel the same way, but to be, brought up here to represent an entire school of thought is not something that is, very easy. Because if we make a mistake, right, about any sort of representation or whatever the case is, then it becomes a bit problematic. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to, sadad wa tawfiq, and ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to, give us the way to say what is right, and any sort of mistakes is then from ourselves and the shaitan. But I have to say, like everybody had when they're starting about this, and one of the things that I'm very happy about is, when they talk about al-Sunnah wal Jama'ah, they include the Hanabila in there, right? Because for the longest period of time, right, I would have to argue with people. I'm like, why are we not from al-Sunnah wal Jama'ah? I'm like, I don't understand. They always say al-Sunnah wal Jama'ah, al-Ash'ari al-Maturidi, right? And I know the speaker right before me, he objected about being a Maturidi. But whether we like it or not, it's a name that's stuck, right? And we use it, right? So we'll cough it up to semantics, terminology, there's no dispute in terminology as long as you understand, inshallah. But the reality is, it is called al-Aqidah al-Ash'ariyya, al-Aqidah al-Maturidiyya, and Aqidah al-Hanabila. And they call it Hanabila because they also give a slash, al-Athar slash and hadith, right? And I'm going to explain why, part of my talk, I'm going to explain first of all what this is about. So one thing I guess I'm going to talk about is this whole concept of why it's called Aqidah al-Hanabila, but also why Aqidah al-Hadith. And then I'm going to talk about essentially, maybe perhaps, touch on ilm al-kalam, because if you notice, Maturidi and Ash'ari, may Allah be pleased with all of them, they put, they always bring the whole aspect of ilm al-kalam, and then when they ask or they think about, the Hanabila or al-Hadith, is it permissible or is it not? Is it a bid'ah or is it not, right? And it's really important for our discussion because when we try to tie, talk about the entire lineage of a school, we have to be honest and realistic about what it is and how those different schools can continue to lend themselves to address some of the modern concepts that we are addressing, right? Whether we're talking about all the isms that we're facing, the reality is if you look at every those schools of thought, they've addressed many of these aspects, right? Because essentially in the end, they are ideas that continue to propagate one way or another, with some edits, right? With some refining, but you will find that they always address them, and based on the principles that they have, we are able to continually address some of those things, especially new things. Type. So why is it called Aqidah al-Hanabila? For us, it's very obvious. It's because essentially it kind of parallels or it depends or it's attributed to Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, right? And I can say, in the Hanbali school of thought, I think it's the only school that can claim, that it has packaged together fiqh, aqidah, and if you want to call it tasawwuf, tazkiyah, purification of the heart, it's all within the same schools, right? Because it's all kind of connected for us, and it goes back all to Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, and it goes to his teachers, all the way to the companions of Allah, all the way to the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now, by the way, the other schools have those chains also, right? But they might need to go through, if they're Shafi'i, obviously going to Imam Muhammad al-Shafi'i, to Al-Hadith, to all the way to the Sahaba al-Ma'anum, Imam Malik, to people from Medina, Imam Abu Hanifa, to Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, ibn Iraq, and so forth. They're all connected, right, in fiqh. But also, if you're talking about Aqidah, obviously, if we say Imam Abu Hanifa, rahimahullah, is in Iraq, guess where he gets most of that, right? From Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, that chain of narration. And so they're always kind of connected, and that is the beauty of when we talk about these schools of thought, is that connection really puts you within the fold of that protection of continuous, solid transmission to the companions of Allah, to the Prophet ﷺ, right? It gives that authenticity. It gives that that protection. Are we really interpreting things based on what we see or think, or based on a transmitted form of understanding. Right? That is very imperative because anybody, like al-Khawarij, they did use the Quran, by the way. Right? The Khawarij did use the Quran. They would recite verses and then they would rule that the companions are misguided. So it's not that they were not using, but the problem is not the evidence. The problem is the methodology of understanding that evidence. And this is why we say, when we talk about Islam, the reason it's a preserved religion is because it goes through the solid genes, and that's really important. And so if we ever want to understand and apply Islam in the correct way possible, we have no choice but to go to one of those schools, right? Whether schools of fiqh or the schools of belief, right? And once again, they're in the fold and Sunnah Jama'ah. But once again, why is it called Aqidah Hanbali? Is because once again it goes to the statements that have been recorded by Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal rahimahullah, and it's because of the stance that Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal had took at the time of al-fitna with al-Mu'tazila, to the point that he was called Imam al-Sunnah wal Jama'ah. Hands down, whenever it says who is the Imam al-Sunnah wal Jama'ah, it's always Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, right? And when people wanted to verify that they're upon the correct belief system, they would say, I'm upon the belief of Imam ibn Hanbal, right? Even Imam Ash'ari rahimahullah, when he would want to say, I'm upon the correct belief, he would say, I'm upon the Aqidah of Imam Ahmad, right? Which tells you that he does adopt it. But what is the difference then? It is perhaps a discussion, right? Some of the philosophical discussions or ilm kalam that was brought in, but that was kind of restricted within the bounds of Islamic rules and regulations. That's what was used. Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal did not use those, right? And so this is why it was considered Aqidah al-Hadith. Al-Athar, by the way, also means Hadith. It's another name for Hadith. Just to let you know, right? If you ever studied Ulum al-Hadith, they'll distinguish what is a Hadith, what is an Athar. In the end, it's the same thing, right? Talking about traces of narrations of the Prophet ﷺ. But in the end, this is what it refers to. So they're kind of all synonyms. When they say Al-Athar and Hadith, Aqidah al-Hanbali, it is that school that preserves those things. And it's because of the position of Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal at that time, of the time of fitna, it was used as a distinction to separate the correct creed from the deviant one, which was al-Mu'tazila at that time, right? Or the newly innovated forms that were existed at that time. Now, essentially, from then the Hanbali school obviously took their belief system from there. So when we talk about, if you want to talk about the Aqidah, the way that the Hanabila used to author and speak about Aqidah, right? Essentially, they would adopt the same methodology of Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal, right? Which is essentially depending heavily on the Quran and the Sunnah and the statements of the companions of Allah anhum, and they never usually deviate from them, right? Now, did the Hanabila later on, right, use ilm al-kalam? The answer is yes. They did, right? But I want you to understand, when they used it, now of course there's those different opinions, is it permissible to use it or not permissible to use it, but in the end result, they're talking about two different things. The one that you're not allowed to use is purely philosophical and logical, that's not based or bound by the Quran and the Sunnah. That's when they talk about ilm al-kalam, bid'i, when they bring the narrations of Imam Shafi'i rahimahullah, Ahmad ibn Hanbal. Previously, this is what they're talking about. But later on, when we're talking about it as a discipline, that the whole purpose, right? The whole purpose of ilm al-kalam at that time was to defend the religion. It was not to establish the belief system. So in the Hanbali school of thought, this is why when you see that they use ilm al-kalam, they use it as a way, right? That's kind of peppered in there with the different terminologies, and they have a section at the end of what they mean by certain things so it can be clear. But they use it as a way to defend, right, Islam, to respond to some of the people of innovation that use specific terminologies. But in the end, you also have to understand, when you want to prove your belief system, right? Yes, we depend on the Quran and Sunnah, but the person who is arguing with you does not believe in the Quran and Sunnah. And so you have to resort to ilm al-kalam, right? That is bound by the Quran and the Sunnah. And Imam Ahmad ibn Hanbal heavily used the examples from the logical evidences from the Quran and the Sunnah, and this is what the Hanabila did. Later, especially later on, scholars, this is when they kind of used it. And so when you look at the authorship of the different types of authorship between the Hanabila, right, they fall into two categories, right? Books and Aqidah that just mention a hadith and verses of the Quran, and they comment on it, right? Such as Ibn al-Sughra, والكبرى لابن بطة, لمعة العقائد ابن قدامة رحمه الله. But even Ibn Qudamah رحمه الله, by the way, in other books, he would tend to kind of touch on ilm al-kalam to respond to some of the disputes between the Ash'ari and the Hanabila. And whether we like it or not, there are disputes, but those disputes do not take them out of the realm of al-Sunnah wal Jama'ah. Right? It doesn't. Because if there was no differences, then they would say they're all the same thing. Right? Yes, they're all the same thing in the principles, in the main ideas. This is why they're al-Sunnah wal Jama'ah. But it's some of the branches that they might differ on. And yes, some of them are in reality, when you look at it, are semantic, but others are not, right? And we have to acknowledge that. But in the end, even when they look at this, they all agree at the end we're Ahl-Sunnah wal Jama'ah. Like if you look, for example, in the book of Imam Safari, rahimahullah, he will state Ahl-Sunnah wal Jama'ah, al-Hadith, Hanabila, al-Ash'ari, and al-Maturidiyya. That's without a doubt. Now the other forms of books, the second category, which is kind of what latter scholars and the things that essentially are adopted as the teaching books, those are books that have ilm al-kalam kind of presented in it as a way to respond, to rebuttal, right, some of the other claims, not to establish the belief system, right? Not to establish the belief system. So there are things that we depend on in that school. And the reason I'm saying this, they put ilm al-kalam in there, is because when you go back to that Hanbali school of thought, when you look at books such as al-Mukhtasar al-Mu'tamad, right, or some of the other books like Ibn Mibrat rahimahullah or Ibn Zawuni rahimahullah, these are later scholars, but these are more extensive books. They do address, for example, at-Tahrir, right, which is what we consider people that believe that there is no end, right, that we just kind of existed from nowhere, perhaps. So the closest things are atheists, right? Atheists is the closest thing you get. There are responses to some of those things that we encounter, right? The proofs of the existence of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? And some of the things we're going to talk about today, for example, the limitation of our senses, or especially when we're talking about scientism, there were some of the things that are drawn from there, right? Or even the sources of knowledge, like al-Ma'arif, which is essentially epistemology. They discuss those things in the books of Aqidah, because there's a heavy emphasis on this when we talk about all the other isms. Large part of it is based on epistemology. What are these sources of how we acquire knowledge or find out what is truth? If you look at all those books, like even the Hanbali school or in their books of Aqidah, they clearly talk about those things, right? Of course, one of the most famous scholars from the Shafi'i school, Imam Al-Ghazali, rahimahullah, he has his own idea of al-ma'arif, masadir al-ma'arif and so forth, and he categorizes them, investigated, beautiful, a reiteration of it. I do recommend, if you're capable of understanding it, to read it, right? But if you notice, the only thing I have to point out, I don't think, or at least in our school, right, we have no problems of pointing to other schools. In fact, there's many scholars in our school that explained Ash'ari and Maturidi books. Maybe people don't know that, right? Safarini, for example, is one of our scholars in the Hanbali school. He made a hashiyah on it, right? Many of the other books that kind of made it. But anyway, going back to the topic, right? We kind of addressed ilm al-kalam and so forth. Now, one of the last thing I guess I want to touch on, because it's 6 minutes, is the reality is that we don't have to go anywhere, right, to be able to, beyond those schools, to be able to defend our belief system, right? Whatever we're encountering, we don't have to resort to Western philosophy to address some of those things. No, they're very well preserved in our faith and our religion. And it is from the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. It's part of the preservation of our religion that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala had created those scholars, right, that have explained those things and went to it. And one of the beautiful things about when we talk about schools, now we're talking about authenticity over here, it's not just because one scholar had mentioned it, but you have an entire school of scholars that verify it. Right? Let me give you just a close example to kind of clarify this. When we talk about Sahih al-Bukhari, what do we say? When somebody says Sahih al-Bukhari, this hadith is narrated Sahih al-Bukhari, do we argue? Why not?
It's authentic.
I know, but who decided it's authentic? Is it because Imam Bukhari wrote it? Although, by the way, I'm not detracting from Imam Bukhari. Imam Bukhari was one of the greatest scholars, right, of hadith. But we don't consider it authentic or the most authentic book because Imam al-Bukhari stated it, but because we have an entire school of scholars of hadith, right, that picked it apart, that analyzed it, and they all agreed that it's authentic. Similarly, when we talk about the Ash'ari creed, the Hanbali creed, and the Maturidi creed, it's not just Imam Maturidi or Imam Ash'ari, right, but an entire school that reviewed it and looked at it, and they provided proofs and evidence for it. And until this day, it does exist, and that's what gives it strength, right? That's what gives it authenticity. And we need to veer away from individuals, like individual opinions that have not verified, or individual opinions that might kind of contradict some of those, schools overall. And they do exist in every school, right? But the safety or the haven is within the group, right? The group are more or less to stray away than the individual, right? Now, the reason I'm saying this is because, quite often I'll be asked about this, right? I'm going to say it right now because it's going to come up sooner or later. What about the books of Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah, rahimahullah, right? Are they books that are considered, adopted in the Hanbali school? The answer is yes and no, right? Imam Taymiyyah, rahimahullah, his books of Aqidah were not meant to be books of teaching, right? They're not meant to be books of teaching. We have our own books. Now, some of his opinions, were they taken and adopted? The answer is yes. But other opinions, they were not exactly adopted. The Hanbalis know how to deal with it, right? Because we don't base the Hanbali school on an individual, right? The Hanbali school is greater than an individual, and every school is greater than an individual, right? And whenever we talk about and reference an individual, we reference them because guess what? The other scholars of that school verify that this person has that status, his opinions are correct, and so forth. Wallahu a'lam. I think I'm going to stop it here. We can take a break early, right? I have 3 minutes to spare, right? But I think that's enough because I'm looking at the other mashayikh, they give an introduction that I don't need to repeat. SubhanAllah. Alhamdulillah, astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. Wa jazakumullahu khair. Wassalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Inshallah, we will be resuming our program here. Inshallah, the next segment will focus on the video that we mentioned before, inshallah, that we didn't get to play in the past, that we can now play, inshallah, and that you can view. Bismillah.
College life is busy. Classes, never-ending deadlines, constant studying, and amidst it all, searching. What is the purpose of our lives? The Al-Ghazali Club is here to remind us, to teach every Muslim student the knowledge we can't live without, the Fard Ain, to connect us to our local scholars, and to prepare us to carry Islam with clarity and confidence. Every Wednesday, we come together. Aqidah, Fiqh, Tazkiyah, a 4-year cycle that ensures by the time you graduate, you'll graduate with your faith firmly rooted, knowing your values, your beliefs, and your path. For sisters, a class dedicated to you, a space to connect with female scholars, ask questions, and grow in a safe, supportive environment. And throughout the year, events, gatherings, and opportunities to learn, reflect, and be inspired. Because knowledge is not just information, it's light. It uplifts your heart, it strengthens your faith, and it builds the future of our Ummah. This is your chance. Join Rutgers Ghazali Club today. Follow us on Instagram at Rutgers Ghazali Club or email rutgersghazaliclub@gmail.com for more information.
Jazakallah khair for your patience in viewing that video. Hopefully you can get an understanding of our mission and what we do here at Al-Ghazali Club at Rutgers. And we did get a question about whether non-Rutgers students can still join the classes. So the classes are, as depicted on our Instagram, they're open and they're at certain times, but people who are not Rutgers students can still join and benefit from them. They're mainly geared towards Rutgers students as it's located, the classes are located on campus. But those who are interested can still partake and they can still benefit and extract wisdoms and lessons and benefit from these classes, inshallah. From among these classes, we have this semester, inshallah, a class on Aqidah taught by our very own Maulana Mateen Khan, Dr. Mateen Khan, alhamdulillah. And it'll be focusing this semester on Aqidah Tahawiyya, so the foundational beliefs, just as we outlined in this conference about the foundational beliefs and creed that a Muslim must have in order to believe properly, in order to understand Islam properly. This is a foundational primer in that subject, in the subject of Aqidah, that people can benefit from and they can learn from. And it's a step, inshallah, on the course and journey, the lifelong journey of knowledge, inshallah. With that, inshallah, we will move to the next segment of our program, inshallah. And this is sort of the more colonial side of the program, as was advertised. Inshallah, in this segment of the program, we will be analyzing the isms that are present in our society. We live in a world shaped by ideologies, secularism, nationalism, liberalism, and so many others, as our scholars have touched upon, each pulling us in different directions. These isms didn't come out of thin air. Many were imposed on our societies during and after colonial rule. This panel will not only analyze the impact of these isms, but also explore how our faith equips us with answers, resilience, and direction. Mufti Tufail Nuruddin, Sheikh Ismail Bowers, and Dr. Ahmad Maturidi will be rejoining us to delve into how a few of these isms, namely scientism, hedonism, and secularism, among others, have plagued our society and how we can address their challenges when equipped with the principles of the Sunnah. Inshallah, the first panelist I'd like to welcome back, inshallah, will be Mufti Tufail Nuruddin. Inshallah.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونؤمن به ونتوكل عليه ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا ومن سيئات أعمالنا من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له ونشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له ونشهد أن سيدنا ومولانا محمد عبده ورسوله صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وأصحابه وبارك وسلم تسليما كثيرا أما بعد. So the topic that was assigned for my session is on secularism, and just to understand what secularism is, I want to give a little bit of context and understanding the history behind secularism and secularization. You see, when we say the word Islam, right, what's the first thought that comes to your mind? And I want real participation on this one, not rhetorical. Sorry? Yeah. Okay. You kind of already gave the answer, so now I don't know what to do. But generally, people will think religion, right? MashaAllah, the sister, she wasn't fooled. But generally, people will say religion. When we say religion, automatically what you're doing is you're narrowing it to one sphere of life, right? Which means that you have your own private sphere in which you practice how you worship and your own ethics and what you believe and so on and so forth. Whatever stories you want to tell yourself, it's your own corner. You're not bothering anyone with it. That's your religion, right? And then there's your social life and your professional life and your family life and so on and so forth, right? These things, they don't have anything to do with religion. You have your religion on a Friday or a Sunday or whatever, and then the rest of the time, you have real life to deal with. Islam is actually not that. As the sister mentioned, Islam is actually a way of life, which means that Islam will tell you, what is your ethics related to the environment, right? Islam will tell you what kind of legal framework you can follow and what kind of legal framework you cannot follow. Islam will tell you what is beautiful and not beautiful, what is aesthetically pleasing, what kind of fashion, style, looks are aesthetically pleasing, and what kind of culture is not aesthetically pleasing. Islam will tell you how to use the washroom. Islam will tell you how to sleep. Islam will tell you how to wake up. Islam will tell you how to eat. Islam will tell you how to get married and what are the ethics of sexuality. Islam will tell you all of that. Right? If you look at one of the greatest miracles of the Prophet ﷺ, which arguably no human before him had ever done, is the legal miracle, the Shar'i legal miracle of the Prophet ﷺ. If you take any book of hadith that is labeled as a sunan, you might have heard of sunan, right? Sunan al-Nisa'i, Sunan Abi Dawud, Sunan al-Tirmidhi, and so on and so forth, Sunan Ibn Majah. If you look at the sunan genre, it's a collection of legal ahadith, which start with, when we say, for example, law, when we say fiqh, you might understand it as, how to worship, how to pray, what is makruh, what is, mufsid as-salah, what breaks your fast, how to pay zakah, how to perform your hajj and umrah. But the chapters of fiqh don't stop there. The chapters of fiqh continue. They tell you how to dress. They tell you what is permissible, impermissible in terms of dressing. They tell you what are correct political laws. Islam also tells you what kind of financial transactions can you have and what kind you cannot have, and so on and so forth. So Islam is actually an entire way of life. And in essence, this clashes with secularization, because the idea behind secularism, in very, very simple words, is that you have the state and you have the church, right? You have God here, and then you have the human way of life, which is unrelated to God, right? God should be out of that picture. God is, confined to this little corner that, we go to on Sundays or Fridays or Saturdays, right? We are not interested, the whole idea behind secularism is we're not very interested in talking about God when it comes to our legal matters. We're not very interested in God when it comes to policy making, because God does not really belong to these spheres, right? That's the idea behind this separation between church and state. And so the main proponents of secularization were actually colonizers, right? Colonial powers, and there's a reason for that. There's actually a map that you can find online of nations in the world that were colonized, and there's a point where if you look at German colonization, you look at British colonization, you look at French colonization, Dutch colonization, Spanish, Portuguese colonization. At one point, the entire globe pretty much was covered by some kind of colonial power, and many places were covered by multiple. Like, for example, if you take North America itself, who were the first that came here? Does anyone know? Which colonial power came here first? No. Who were the first? The Spanish for a short bit, then? Not the British, before the British. The French, right? And so the French, and then after that the British, right? And it just so happened that the French lost the war, and that's why we have a kind of. But if you go, for example, to Louisiana, you will see there's a lot of French-speaking Francophone people there. If you go to Quebec, you'll see a lot of Francophone people there. As a matter of fact, even their legal system is different, right? They follow civil law. If you go to Louisiana, you'll see people that follow civil law, and in Quebec as well, they have civil law instead of common law. So the idea is that you had colonizers that spread throughout the world, and they're mostly Europeans, and Europe actually faced this dilemma, this pretty difficult dilemma, which is that as long as you let the church intervene in political, economic, social matters, what you will get is total and utter failure and destruction. You will not get advancement. Why? Because if Galileo or Newton makes a discovery, the Christians will come and say, well, this is against biblical teachings. So what can you do? You will have to shun this, and you will have to ostracize this, and you'll have to punish anyone that believes in this stuff. Why? Because it's all heretical. So in their minds, they understood that if you separate between church and state, then you actually have advancement and progress, right? And that's kind of the trauma that they faced, and their thought is, our mission is to now go and civilize everyone and give them this gift that we have of secularism, because it really served us well. So what do? They go to different lands and they see different people that have their theological doctrines, their beliefs, and they say all of this is actually utter garbage, and we need to educate these people. And there are tangible and physical remnants of that you'll find still today. Many of us actually don't. Colonization is something that when we say the word colonization, it's like we're talking about something that is old, that doesn't really exist anymore. It's all done after 1947, after the UN. It's kind of all done, right? But actually, if you look at the structure of colonization, it's something that still exists and pervades today. When I say colonization, what do I mean? I'm gonna first get that down before we move forward. When we say colonization, what does that mean? What do you understand as colonization?
Concrete.
Sorry?
Concrete.
Conquering? Well, actually, there's a difference between conquest and colonizing. Slightly different.
Settlement of the external population.
Okay, so that's
Imposing the beliefs and structures of that population into the local.
okay. So establishing the beliefs and the norms, the ethics of the colonial power. Okay, what else do we have? Generally, when we say colonization, right away what comes to our mind is settlement, right? We think of political, military, geographic annexation, right? But colonization was actually much more pervasive than that, right? Because you see, if a colonial power leaves a certain land, then you can say their geographic ties are kind of cut. Economic ties, you can say a lot of it still remains, but maybe not fully anymore. Like for example, when the British settled in India, after they left, you can say yes, there are some business ties. Maybe they still have some companies in Africa. Actually, the French have lots and lots of companies still in Africa, and they really suck out. And economic exploitation is really found to its maximum over there. But you can see other cases where the British colonized and the ties are kind of cut, right? You can say North America was also colonized by the British, and the ties are kind of cut. The French colonized it, the ties are kind of cut. There is something that still remains. There's something that still remains. If today you go, for example, to the Indian subcontinent, you fly into, I imagine you wouldn't walk into, but you fly into, let's say, Bangladesh, or you fly into India, or you fly into Sri Lanka, you fly into Pakistan, and you speak to a person in fluent American English, right? Versus if you speak to them in Urdu. Who will they feel that this person is more civilized, more sophisticated? The person speaking English. But why? The idea is that this is a superior language. Who made it superior? Right? The colonizers. The colonizers rooted this mentality so deep that even after they've left, it's still there. Right? Do you understand? The more pervasive and deeper form of colonization is actually cognitive. Right? There's the political manifestation, there's the military manifestation, there's the geographic manifestation, there's the economic manifestation, but much, much, much deeper than that is actually the intellectual and the cognitive component of colonization. And we would think that these things are maybe just, extraneous, maybe it's something that's just corollary, it's not something that is substantial to colonization, but actually we see the opposite. And there are multiple evidences for that. For example, you might have heard of the boarding schools, right? Who knows what the boarding schools were, the residential schools that were established by the British here in North America? Anyone?
The Native Americans.
Okay, so what happened with the Native Americans?
They were deprived of their identity, traditions, culture, beliefs,
How?
language.
How?
Through the boarding schools.
Through the boarding schools, right? So the boarding schools were basically these schools in which they used to go to different tribes and take the different children from these tribes. And for 4 or 5 years, they would have to stay in these boarding schools. They were not allowed to speak their language, even with their own siblings. They were not allowed to speak their language. They were not allowed to adopt the same table manners or the clothing. As a matter of fact, there are actually paintings. When I was at Columbia, there was a course that I took, Intro to Native Religions. So they actually showed pictures before and after, like before the boarding schools, after the boarding schools, right? Before the boarding schools, you see this native, traditional dress that the person is wearing, and then after that, you see them with like British clothing, with British table manners, British food, and so on and so forth. The idea is, as there was actually a colonel by the name of Henry Richard Pratt that actually said this. He said, "Save the man, kill the Indian." What does this mean? Save the man, kill the Indian. The idea is that this perfectly fine human, right, that we can actually salvage and save from this weird Indianness, right? If you could just take away the Indianness, the native Indianness, then this would be a perfectly fine human, right? But because they're so backwards and they have this Indianness, that's what makes them, less of a human, right? So you have this colonization starts from a point of dehumanization. It starts from a point of seeing people as inferior, right? So what happens is that they use these boarding schools and they want to now change the mentality, the ideology, the norms, the aesthetics of these natives. So that's one example. You would maybe think that this is the only place where this happened. This is nothing new. They're actually studying off of each other, right? In the Indian subcontinent, when I say Indian subcontinent, I mean, like India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, undivided, right? So the entire subcontinent. What you see is there was a person by the name of Thomas Macaulay. And Thomas Macaulay, he was one of the administrators there. And he wrote this, they had this meeting, and he wrote this document which was called the Minute on Indian Education, right? So the meeting minutes from basically what they discussed about Indian education. And the whole idea is that they wanted to create people that are Indian in flesh and blood, but British in terms of their values and their language and their ethics. So we see over there as well, certain establishments, certain schools, certain universities that are now funded by the British government, and the idea is to create Indians that could now sympathize more with the colonial understanding. Now, the thing that also the British realized, especially when it comes to the Muslim world, is that of course, as Abdullah ibn Mubarak, rahimahullah, would say, Abdullah ibn Mubarak was a great scholar of hadith, and he was also a scholar of fiqh. He was a direct student of Imam Hanifa himself. And as a matter of fact, if you open the Kutub al-Sitta, if you open Sahih al-Bukhari, Sahih Muslim, if you open Jami' al-Tirmidhi, Sunan Abi Dawud, the majority of the works of hadith, you will find Abdullah ibn Mubarak's name as part of the chains of narration. He was a great muhaddith and a great scholar of fiqh as well. And not only that, he was also a great mujahid as well, right? So half of the year he would spend, in the path of Allah, defending the Muslim lands. So Abdullah ibn Mubarak, he said something. He said, "Al-isnadu min ad-din, right? Lawla al-isnadu laqala man sha'a ma sha'a." He said that isnad, the chain of narration, is from the deen, from the religion, and if there were no isnad, then anyone would have said whatever they wanted. They would never have to substantiate whatever they're saying. So colonizers understood this pretty early. They realized that Muslims do rely on their scholarship, right? So if you look at in Egypt is one place, and in India as well. So you had Lord Cromer on one hand, you had Lord Curzon and Thomas Macaulay on the other hand, and what they're doing is they're exchanging ideas. What can we do with these Muslim Indians, right? And the idea is that if you create a class of scholarship that can now conform to colonial ideas and spread colonial ideas, this would be seen as more authentic by the population, right? So you do find figures like that, right? I'm not going to name them. If you read history, there's a really good, he studied at Harvard. His name is Dr. Arya Nakisa, and he wrote a book called The Anthropology of Islamic Law. And he has many other papers as well on the topic of cognitive colonization. He eventually ended up teaching at St. Louis University, and then I think recently he moved to Indonesia, and he's a professor there as well. So he actually has a lot written on this topic. You see Lord Curzon and you see Cromer, they're exchanging notes, exchanging ideas. And you see the same thing with Thomas Macaulay. And their idea is that if we can create these figures that now look at things like the angels, are they real or not? And they would say, well, if you look at the Western paradigm, there's no way from an empirical standpoint to justify an angel, right? This kind of sounds like these fairy tales. Like how can you believe in angels? So then what do we say? We say, well, this is all metaphorical. The Mi'raj, right? The Mi'raj, how do you explain the Mi'raj? How is it possible for an animal to, as the Sahih Hadith mentions, that the buraq, for every step that it took, it traveled as far as the eyes can see. How is it possible for an animal to travel that fast? Well, this must have been, a vision or something like that, right? So basically the idea is to reinterpret everything in a way that kind of suits the Western context or the scientific or the empirical, standpoint. So once this class of scholarship is created, what ends up happening is that you have this idea of reformism. And reformism focuses on multiple layers. And today I'll touch on a few areas that we think are innocuous, they're very innocent, they probably don't have anything to do with religion, but it actually does. Remember the point that I had made that Islam is something that pervades all aspects of life, right? Including your hygiene, including how you sleep, and including your family life, including your transaction, including how you make political laws, and so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, visas, the idea of visas, this is something that you will find as early as Imam Yusuf in his Kitab al-Siyar al-Kabir, he talks about this, aman, like granting safe passage to people that are coming into the Islamic state, into the Islamic nation. So all of this is already laid out. So now, what happens with this, this kind of colonial version of Islam is that you have this idea of reformism, right? And it focuses on even things like clothing. If you look at, in my thesis, I actually go through like a kind of historical breakdown in the Indian subcontinent because I focused a lot more on South Asia. What was the clothing of Muslims like before colonial powers came, right? And there's an entire book just dedicated to that, where they actually drew it out and they gave descriptions. And you would see that the people, because before the colonial administrators came and before the East India Company came as well, you had the Mughals. So in the Mughal era, what did Hindus wear? What did Muslims wear? What did it actually look like? What you will not see is shirts and pants and so on and so forth. But then what happens is, as colonial administrators come and colonial armies come, you actually cannot survive in that economy with your old clothing, because if you wanted a job with the government, then there's a certain dress requirement. But I want you to think about something. And this is a deeper point, right? Sometimes you might sit there and wonder, why are these scholars so focused on prophetic clothing? Isn't this just some tradition that the Arabs followed? But actually you'll see it's deeper than that. And behavioral psychologists actually talk about this. There's a saying, which is that clothing makes the man. Clothing is actually expressive of a person's psyche, right? You will see that people, studies show that people wear different kind of clothing depending on their mood. For example, right? If a person is sad versus if a person is happy, or they're feeling festive, like they want to party, or a person is going to a funeral, or a person is going to a formal dinner, right? What are they wearing, right? They change their clothing based on what they're expressing, right? So clothing is actually expression. As a matter of fact, it's a bigger expression than most of our speech, because you see, like, there's a bunch of people here, right? Most people are not going to talk to each other, right? Or like, some people will talk to each other, but you won't cover everybody in the audience. You might cover maybe less than 10%, right? Like if you take just one of the brothers, you take Brother Norman, right? In this entire crowd, let's say there are 100 people, he might interact with like 3, 4, 5, at most 10, maybe 15, right? On a good day, 20, right? But he's not reaching 50, and he's not reaching 100. So what is the first marker of expression that he will have? It's whatever his physical appearance is, right? And if a person, for example, is wearing a certain type of clothing, they're making an expression that I feel this way, or I believe in this and that, right? If you go to the mall and you wear a thobe and a turban, or if you wear a abaya, you're saying something. It's not silent, right? You're saying something. You're saying, I'm a Muslim, whether you like it or not. That's what you're expressing. If a person, I remember when I was at Columbia, this is just really funny tangent. I saw this girl that was walking down and she had like very little on her body, but the thing that was covering her chest said the letters SLUT, right? This is expression. She's trying to say something, right? So the way a person dresses, the way a person looks, the way a person manifest themselves in their appearance, this is also expression. And not only that, colonial administrators understood that you can actually subjugate people just through their clothing. Just to give you an example, if let's say there's a Sikh man or a Hindu person or a Muslim person in South Asia, they saw their forefathers wearing, let's say, lungis, and they saw them, wearing kurtas or long dresses. Now, all of a sudden, to feel normal or to get a job with the government, they need to wear a certain different dressing. And the first day they go to work, for the first time ever, they're wearing this shirt and a pant and a suit and a tie. They never saw their father wearing that, forefather wearing that. What do you think they feel? Do you think they feel confident, or do you think they feel subjugated? Right? So these are things that we don't think about. Michel Foucault actually writes a lot about structures of power, right? And he talks about even how knowledge is also power. The way this is a term that I use in my thesis, where I talk about epistemicide, right? Where you actually go and eradicate the knowledge system of certain people and you replace it with your own knowledge system, right? So we don't think about these more pervasive and maybe more implicit methods of colonization that actually still exist today. We think of the idea of secularism as something that is very explicit. Us as Muslims, we would say, well, I cannot be secular because I'm a Muslim, right? I will never separate between church and state. Unfortunately, what's happened is that we've already done that, right? We've done that. It's implicit in our language. It's implicit in the way we think. It's implicit in the way we even marry, right? If you look at what does the hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam say? The hadith of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam will tell us certain criteria for which we should get married. Like when you look at a potential spouse, what do you look at? You look at this, and then the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam ends the hadith, فَظْفَرْ بِذَاتِ الدِّينِ, right? That choose that person who is a person of the deen. That's what you should look at. What are our criteria today, right? What do we look at? And we will see many times that it's actually, we'll say yes, like the religion is there, it's good, but we have to be practical, right? We have to be practical and we have to look at these conditions. And again, I'm not saying don't look at the economic status of a person. The Sharia also tells you to look at that as well. Does it tell you to make it the highest priority? No, not really, right? Because as a matter of fact, who is financially stable? Who is? No. Like, who in the world is actually financially stable? You know somebody? Point them to me. Do you think Jeff Bezos is financially stable? Do you think he feels like, I've earned enough? Look, when where our net worth is in the tens of thousands, we think like, okay, when I make 100,000 or 500,000, okay, I'm set. I'm not going to look for more than that. When we reach 500,000, we're thinking, okay, I need to make my million, because I'll literally be poor if I don't make the million. Once we hit the million, now we're thinking I need to be a multi-millionaire, right? Because who's going to pay for my yacht, and who's going to pay for my private jet and my driver? Because if I don't have that, I'm going to be a poor person. And then the person who's made, who's a multi-millionaire is looking for their first billion, right? And so on and so forth. Who's financially stable? It doesn't exist, right? If you look at our standards of poverty, a poor person is a person who has maybe 2-3 bedrooms, but they're still renting. Right? What a poor person! They can get around the city, but maybe they're still driving like a used car. What a terrible poor condition to be in, right? So that's basically our criteria. But the idea is that it's been so deeply pervaded in us that we've already divided, we've put away God from the equation. We've already separated in our notions of economics, in our notions of education, in our notions of aesthetics, in our notions of what is right and what is wrong, in terms of ethics and meta-ethics. We've already removed God from that equation, right? And it's been so deeply ingrained in us that it's very difficult for us to even separate the two. As a solution, I don't want to, obviously, so far I've painted a really, really dark picture, even though it's true, and maybe this might be your first, and very rare talks where you actually hear, and like maybe some dots are connecting. You're like, wait, actually, this is true. I never thought of this. I never thought of looks as like that. I've never thought of education like that. I didn't realize there's a whole history to this. One of the best places where I actually got to open my eyes, after madrasa, about this is actually at Columbia. Columbia has, I would say, maybe one of the best Middle Eastern departments in the country, if not the world, right? And why? Because MISAS, Middle Eastern, South Asian, and African Studies, just focuses on decolonization. The whole thing, the whole department is about decolonization. That's why also when this, may Allah help our brothers and sisters in Gaza, some of the most vocal people in the world were actually Columbia professors, right? Especially from the Mises department. So these are things that are not generally talked about, but I want to give you some hope. How do we actually reform all of this? How do we fix all of this? And the first thing that we need to do is build our epistemology. We have to build our sense of right and wrong. And where do we study that? We find that in hadith. Where do we study that? We find that in fiqh, in usul al-fiqh. We have to understand the sharia at a structural level, right? And if you find local classes, if you find ulama that you can relate with, when you hear them, you tell yourself, okay, this person knows what they're talking about. I can trust them. Their knowledge is sound. Their education is sound. Their taqwa, their piety is sound. Then you attach yourself to them. A lot of times what happens is that we sideline the deen, right? We tell ourselves, well, I know how to pray. I know how to make ghusl. I know how to give my zakah. Why do I need to learn anymore? As a matter of fact, not only that, I can even read Arabic. And I took a short course on Quranic Arabic. Subhanallah, right? And we think like, okay, this is the benchmark. But learning does not have an end. And we find that the Prophet ﷺ, one of the biggest civilizational shifts that he did is amongst the Sahaba, people that were not very interested in education, people that were not very interested in intellectual reform. He changed the same people that were unlettered, the same people that could not care about preserving art and studying humanities. Within a century, you see a complete shift. These are the same people that are now transmitting knowledge from other societies to other societies. They're the same people that are now taking natural philosophy and they're completely reorienting and renovating the field itself, right? Even if you take logic as a science, right? They completely took it apart. They showed mistakes that were made by earlier logicians and then correct logic that are devoid of fallacies, that are in accordance with the Quran and Sunnah that they now proffered, right? They got into metalogical discussions, they got into metaphilosophy, and so on and so forth. They're the same people that wanted nothing to do with astronomy, now they're writing entire books in astronomy. These are the same people that were not interested in codifying. You will not find books of sarf, of morphology, of grammar that existed before. After the Prophet ﷺ comes, now you see entire books that are dedicated to, you find volumes and volumes that are written just on language, right? And this is one of the biggest civilizational shifts that Rasulullah ﷺ makes. So I'll just reiterate, the first step to decolonization, cognitive decolonization, is to study ourselves, to study exactly what the Prophet ﷺ left behind for us. May Allah grant us the tawfiq to understand. And if we find any institutes near us, if we find ulama that are reliable, we should latch onto them and see what we can extract from their knowledge and benefit ourselves and benefit others. وآخر دعوانا أن الحمد لله رب العالمين.
Assalamu alaikum. Inshallah, we will now be moving to a short, around 10-minute QA session, inshallah, on this session that we just had, and for addressing a few of the past questions that some of you submitted within the saga. Inshallah, we'll be inviting Mufti Tufail back onto the stage, inshallah, just to address some quick questions, inshallah. And then the structure for the remaining bit of this session will be essentially that we'll have a short lecture by one of our teachers, inshallah, and then it will be followed up with one of these brief Q&A sessions, inshallah. Right, inshallah, our first question is, to what extent is the average Muslim expected to learn in depth about Aqidah, Muslim history, the impact of colonialism, and historical Islamic educational methods in what we've discussed today?
So I think this is a very important and necessary question that many of us might be looking for answers to. To what depth does a person really need to study Islam? The thing is that epistemology has now shifted. The requirement for how rooted we need to be in the intellectual understanding of Islam is something that has shifted. Imam Al-Ghazali rahimahullah, in one of his introductions, he discusses this, like how important is it for a person to understand proofs and so on and so forth. And he says, majority of people actually don't need to study this, and they probably shouldn't. And he mentioned some harms that might even happen. However, if you look at in today's time, you will actually see that if a person does not do this, then they allow two risks, right? One of them is a risk to themselves, and the second is actually a risk to others. I'll just give you one short example. I used to be an imam in Pennsylvania, and I met a person there that went to madrasa locally in America, became a hafiz of his own will, he memorized the Quran, and then he came back, he went to college, took a class in philosophy, and then left Islam. This is a hafiz, a person who memorized the entire Quran, and he left Islam. And I asked him, what happened? I drove like 4 hours to go meet him. One of the things that I do is I try to find out people that have left Islam. I try to look for them and then just entertain a conversation with them to bring them back to Islam. And alhamdulillah, some of them have accepted Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala but not accepted the fold of Islam. But many of them have actually taken the Shahada again. So he was one person that we had like a long conversation, the whole day actually we spent just talking. And he said, actually, when I had these questions initially, I went to my local imam and I asked him, and he just said, oh, these are, whispers from shaitan, please just ignore them, right? This did a lot of disservice because number one, there are answers to this. It's just, you'll see like thousands of pages that have been written. There's almost no new question. Anything that is a new question is something that's already been asked in a different format, in a different shape. You can actually reorganize those same arguments and apply them again. So that's one thing, right? So they pose a risk to themselves by not knowing, and also to others, because someone else might come and ask you about a certain doubt that they have, some intellectual way that they were trying to be satisfied about Islam. Like, why does Islam promote flogging, right? Why is it that there's, if a person drinks or a person commits zina or a person accuses someone, why is there flogging? Why can't you just throw them in jail? And there are intellectual answers that have been written for this, right? From a societal perspective, from an individual perspective, from an economic, even the economic, effect of incarceration versus flogging. Entire books have been written on this, but we're doing a disservice by pretending like this knowledge does not exist. So I would say for even the average person, I'm not saying that every single person needs to become an alim, but at the very least, they should be able to defend themselves intellectually. So the bar for what is a darura, in my understanding, has actually shifted, and now it's at a higher standard than it was before. If you looked at our parents or grandparents, they're just told, you just have to pray 5 times salah. They're happy with that. You don't need to question that. Someone comes and tells them, are there X amount of genders, and is that okay? Do we understand? They're like, what are you saying, man? I don't even understand your question. What is this, right? But that's not the age that we live in anymore. So I think it is important for a person to now study Islam at a more intellectual level. I'm not saying everybody needs to become a scholar, but at least they should continuously take courses to, develop themselves.
Excuse me, can I ask a follow-up question regarding to that?
Up to him.
Yes.
Putting aside the other aspects, why shouldn't Muslim youth study history of post-colonial era or colonial era of the Muslim lands, so to speak, and the Muslim minorities in the West? Because if we don't do, we tend to forget what happens to the Crimean Tatars, what happened to the Circassians and other Muslim people, or this year we are marking 30th anniversary of Bosnian genocide. And it's very sad that a lot of Muslim people, Muslim students, university students, are not aware of the enormous tragedies of the Libyan atrocities that happened in Libya during the Italian colonial era, or Bangladeshi starvation crisis that was artificially created 70, 80 years ago. So if we don't study history, what's the harm in studying those aspects of our history?
I 100% agree, and this is exactly what I'm saying, that these fields should be studied. Every lay Muslim should actually study these, otherwise we'll forget who we are and what happened to us and how to process these different occurrences that happen in history. I 100% agree.
Inshallah, the next question is there a problem with a Muslim following the Quran and Sunnah without being associated with any school of thought? How do you view concepts like this, or of concepts of pan-Islamism?
Yeah, so I think it's a practical problem basically. It's a problem of practicality. Whoever is asking this, I could ask you, for example, is it halal to eat chicken? And if you tell me yes, I will ask you, well, what's the hadith? And without ChatGPT and without Googling it, you will likely not know the answer. I can ask you, for example, why do you recite Subhana Rabbi al-Azim in your rukur? You'll have no idea why you do it. And these are just two things. I can name you 100 thousands of things that you'll actually have zero evidence for. Does it make sense for a person to say, okay, you know what, I have taken the Shahada, let me re-explore the entire corpus of evidence of Quran and Sunnah that exists and see what can be done? You present yourself with a kind of practical problem. The second thing is that if you subscribe to pan-Islamism, you'll end up with a lot of contradictions, right? On what basis are you, let's say you say that, okay, there are form of that, there are actually more, right? Many of them are extinct. Like you'll find opinions of, if you open some of the commentaries on the Muwatta of Imam Malik, like Al-Istidkar or Tamheed, Ibn Abd al-Barr al-Maliki, rahimahullah, he presents at times, 15, 20 different opinions. What did Abdullah ibn Mubarak say? What did Hassan al-Basri say? Sa'id ibn Musayyib? Let's say you take into consideration all of these are valid opinions. Now what happens is that I would have a really great question for you. On what basis are you picking one over the other? Now, if you're saying that it's on the basis of evidence, then you must also have the tools to evaluate evidence, right? Like what is more authentic, what is not more authentic. And also, you must be able to evaluate whose criteria of evidence do you want to follow. At some point, you're also following someone else, right? If you're saying, I abide by Ali ibn al-Madini's criteria in ilal, I abide by Bukhari's methodology when it comes to, an'ana of a rawi, as opposed to the rest of the muhaddithun, you're following someone, right? So it's just a practical problem, I think, which will lead to confusing oneself and just contradictions. It's much better, easier, practical, simpler, and maybe epistemically humble. I will say that as well. It's epistemically humble. It's crediting ourselves as much as we're capable of, right? We're not experts, we're not specialists in XYZ fields. So it's better for us to stay exactly where we are. That's like saying, can I, Dr. Nauman is a medical doctor, can I, as a layperson, can I evaluate all these different medical stances and say, I will follow one of these? I mean, forget the FDA, it's there, CDC is there, but like I have my own opinion on this issue, right? And then you go and you try to present it at a conference. I mean, who's gonna take you seriously? So I think it's just a practical problem. Like specialists remain as specialists and non-specialists remain as non-specialists.
Jazakallah khair, Mufti Tufail. Inshallah, we will currently move into the next segment of our program, inshallah, which will just be a break for Asr, inshallah. And the remaining speakers, which are Sheikh Ismail Bowers and Dr. Ahmad Maturidi, they will, inshallah, give their takes following Salah, inshallah. Jazakallah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. If everyone could please return back to their seats as we move on to some of the final phases of our program tonight, inshallah. It's my pleasure, inshallah, to transition into the next segment, inshallah, where we will hear from Sheikh Ismail Bowers to comment further on this topic of the isms that are present in our society today. And as we heard from Mufti Tufail, it's a very multifaceted discussion that needs different angles and different methods of understanding, inshallah. And one of these is the one that we're going to hear from Sheikh Ismail Bowers, inshallah. So without further ado, we will transition into Sheikh Ismail's portion of this segment, inshallah. Bismillah.
بسم الله والحمد لله وصلى الله على سيدنا رسول الله
وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah. So the topic I have is on hedonism. So, so this is a word, hedoni, a Greek word about pleasure, right? And hedonism is what? It's seeking pleasure and making the goal of life pleasure and avoiding pain. Right? And so this idea is a very dunya-centric idea that where is Jannah? Here or somewhere else? According to this philosophy or belief, it's that here you want to maximize pleasure. And so some think it's only physical pleasure, but there are those who say no, it's pleasure of all types. The pleasure that you get from seeking knowledge, the pleasure you get from looking at art, the pleasure you get from companionship, friendship. But as Muslims, I think it's important for us to think about this. Right? And is pleasure, Dr. Ahmed and I were talking about happiness. So, this is like the ultimate goal. Everybody wants to be happy, right? And here's a little hack. If you're not happy and you want to become happy, easiest way to become happy. Should I tell you? The easiest way to be, food. You're right, especially for the brothers. The key to a man's heart, right, is food. But yes, mashallah. So the quickest way to be happy is to make someone else happy. You make someone else smile, you'll feel, like if you have the option, even food, to eat this delicious cake or give it to like a little kid that you can just watch them stuff their face with cake, just that feeling will make you happy. But the question is, does constant pleasure, does that equal happiness or not? And I remember once I heard someone ask the question, if you had the option for someone to just inject you with like max pleasure every day, would that be enjoyable? Like imagine that. Imagine no days where you're just like kind of shut down or like even sad or just contemplating, and it's not just pleasure. And there are people who talk about, like, for example, you enjoy food like a burger, but if you eat it every day, you have one after the next, is it still pleasurable? And so the question should be, what is our ultimate goal? There are people who, they sort of have the goal to be in Jannah because of what? Pleasure. Yes or no? Right? Some of us, we want to go to Jannah because max pleasure forever. But there are others, there are ulama who teach us, actually that's a lower level. A higher objective is to be in Jannah, to be in the presence of the divine, to be with Allah Azza wa Jal, to please Allah Azza wa Jal. And that is a greater feeling or experience. Okay, so when I was in Ohio before I moved here. I worked at a masjid, and I was doing some programs with the youth. And this was, 2-3 years ago? There was a figure who was very famous at the time, who had a Bugatti. You know what I'm talking about? So, have you heard of Andrew Tate? Yes, heard of him, right? So when I worked at this masjid, so many young people came to me asking about some of his opinions and views. Now, of course, now he's a Muslim, but there are things, of course, we disagree with. He's like an entrepreneur, businessman. Everything he says and does, it's selling to something. But there was a video he made that I found to be quite profound, where he said, I have all this money. I have all of these opportunities. And I could fall into hedonism. And he mentions this word. He says, but I'm smart enough to realize it is a bottomless pit. It's like a black hole. There's no end to it. And I found that to be remarkable, that someone who has access to wealth and fame realizes actually pursuing pleasure in and of itself is not the source of fulfillment and happiness. And there are people we know, quite interestingly, you guys, okay, we talked about cooking. Who here knows or knew of, what's his name? Anthony Bourdain? That was his name, right? Yeah, I believe he committed suicide, right? If I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, I'm mistaken. Okay, so we won't use that example. Because I was told that that's what happened. And when I thought of this, I was like, man, but we don't even have to use him as an example. We know of people whose lives are filled with physical pleasure, but they're not content and happy and fulfilled. Yes or no? I have a friend, personal friend, who's very successful financially, but he was going through problem after problem, and he was like in a depression. Okay, so now let's go back to the Islamic perspective. When we talk about hedonism, what is the answer that Muslims give? Well, number one, what's the purpose of life? What is the purpose of life? Is it to be like animals, where all we do is pursue pleasure? Or are we called to something beyond? Are we called to service? Are we called to worship? Are we called to understanding why we're here and where we're going? And I'm reminded of an ayah in Surah Al-Mulk, بعد أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الذي خلق الموت والحياة for what? ليبلوكم أيكم أحسن عملا. The purpose of life for anyone who wants to understand is to be tested. We are tested. And many people want this to be Jannah. They want this to be Jannah. But I was thinking about, why did Allah bring us here? Why couldn't we just go straight to Jannah? But something I realized? How could we ever truly appreciate Jannah if we never experienced this world, with all of its ups and downs and difficulties and trials? That will give us a real appreciation of Jannah. And there's a famous hadith, I'll see if you know it. The Prophet ﷺ said, "Man yuridillahu bihi khayran." ... What's the hadith? Raise your hand if you know it. Yes. One brother said, "Yufaqihu fi din." Any other answers? Yusib minhu, right? There are two narrations. One is whoever Allah wants good for. I want you to focus on this, brothers and sisters. If Allah wants good for you, one narration says He gives you an understanding of the deen. The other narration says, if Allah wants good for you, He will cause musibahs to be in your life. You guys know what a musibah is? Problems, difficulties, trials, tribulations. And there's a hadith, actually, I just taught this. Every Monday night at our masjid, we have a hadith after Isha. And last Monday, it was لا يزال عن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم لا يزال البلاء بالمؤمن والمؤمنة في جسده وأهله وماله حتى يلقى الله عز وجل وما عليه خطيئة. Which means trials and tribulations will continue to afflict the male believer and the female believer. In what? In three areas. This is a mu'min, a believer. Think about this. Allah loves the believer, but Allah is going to afflict us. In their body, they will have afflictions, illnesses, pain in their body, in their families, and in their wealth, until they meet Allah and there are no sins left on their plate, meaning everything has been forgiven. So Allah wants us to go through difficulties and tribulations. Allah wants to test us. And do you know there are benefits in this? Sometimes people who think about, no, I just want pleasure. There is joy and happiness and contentment that you can only arrive at through difficulties and tribulations, which sounds weird. But how can you experience happiness if you don't have sad times, difficulties? And there are experiences openings in the heart, in the soul, that you will feel only if you've gone through problems and difficulties. And one of the great scholars of Islam, he said, and I'll share this, and maybe I know there's a time for a Q&A. إذا أراد الله أن يطوي مسافة البعد بينه وبين عبده سلط عليه البلاء, which means if Allah wants to shorten the distance between you and Him, He'll cause bala, problems, difficulties, and trials in your life. Which sounds like what? Ya Allah, we want to be happy. We want to feel good. Well, Jannah is for feeling good. And in the dunya, yes. أَلَا بِذِكْرِ اللَّهِ تَطْمَئِنُّ الْقُلُوبِ. It's the remembrance of Allah that brings true happiness and contentment in the heart. And then I wanted to close. Actually, maybe we'll open it up to Q&A. Because, so I'll mention this point. There are two states that every person goes through. Qabd and bast. You guys know these two states? Al-qabd is constriction, times of difficulty, sadness, constriction. And bast, which is times of openings, times of ease. Now, we should always, as Muslims, want goodness, afiyah. We should ask Allah for goodness and not to put us through difficulties and problems. But do you know, I read, there are some of the righteous, they prefer, I'm not saying we should do this, but they actually prefer times of qabd because they say only a few people can maintain adab and akhlaq, good adab and etiquette with Allah in times of goodness. Okay, let me sort of break that down. When you have money, health, openings, promotion, everybody loves you, butterflies all around, it's hard to have adab, humility with Allah Azza wa Jal, etiquette, to pray on time, to understand that you are a abd, to understand that all of these blessings are purely from Allah and not from what we've done. Again, I'm not saying we should want difficulties, but it is a foreign idea. Okay, let me say, so I was going to say, it is a foreign idea to think if Allah loves you, He just makes everything great. Sheikh Ahmed can correct me if I'm wrong, Sheikh Mati and all the shield, that the Sahaba, they would seek refuge in Allah from being in the company of people who didn't have any problems. Because they would see it as an istidraj, which is like a type of being, if Allah just is turning away from someone, He gives them the dunya, He gives them any of these material pleasures that do not outweigh the wing of a mosquito, right? The dunya, to push them away so they don't have problems, they don't have difficulties. So, going back to the topic, what we want is to please Allah Azza wa Jal, not just to please the nafs. And that's why the ayah I'll conclude with and I'll open up for Q&A. Allah Azza wa Jal says, وَأَمَّا مَنْ خَافَ مَقَامَ رَبِّهِ وَنَهَى النَّفْسَ عَنِ الْهَوَى فَإِنَّ الْجَنَّةَ هِيَ الْمَأْوَى. Which is interesting, that whoever fears their Lord and prevents the hawa, prevents the nafs from those desires that are pleasurable. What's the reward? The greatest pleasure of al-akhirah, of Jannah. We ask Allah Azza wa Jal to grant us Jannah. We ask Allah Azza wa Jal to give us sabr when we go through difficulties and when we go through times of goodness, to allow us to be grateful. But I'll open up to Q. I always prefer discussion, by the way. I really don't like to talk, but I like discussion. So if you do have any questions, Bismillah, we'll take them now. Bismillah. Oh, so, mashallah. Alright, I'll only choose the ones that I feel I can speak on. What is the Hanbali tradition of tasawwuf? That's for Sheikh Ahmed. Is it the Qadiri Silsila? Okay, how can it be the case? I think these are all beyond my pay grade, guys. Okay. So that's it. Can we open it up to them about the topic? Because these are all about other topics. What do you think? So you don't have to have a question. You have to say that. Yeah, no, that's a great question. So the question is how to have a balance and not like overdose on pleasure and wanting happiness and joy. So here's the thing, it's a very deep question. So first and foremost, my mom, by the way, cut me off if I go too much. So my mom, she would like, the Sunnah, when you see good things, you say, La aisha illa aish al-akhirah. Like you see a Ferrari or a Bentley. You say, oh, there's no life but al-akhirah. I said, Ummi, make dua, Rabbana atina fid dunya hasratan wa fil akhirati hasratan wa qina adhab an-nar. Ask Allah for good in the dunya and good in the akhirah, not just in the akhirah. So Allah tells us, you ask for good. And for the brothers, the Prophet ﷺ said, ad-dunya mata', which is interesting. He says, dunya is all like, dunya is pleasure. متاع وخير متاعها المرأة الصالحة أو الزوجة الصالحة أو كما قال صلى الله عليه وسلم. The dunya is enjoyment, and the greatest enjoyment for a male is a righteous spouse. Same thing for the sisters. So the point is, this is a misconception. Muslims think I become religious. Okay, I need to flip the smile upside down into a frown and just prepare for a life of difficulty and sadness. No. Allah wants us to live a good life. But how do we understand a good, happy life? Many of us think it's just money in the bank account, or it is health, or it is like a great job. But a great life, a happy life, a life full of pleasure, with family, friends, is to be connected to Him Azza wa Jal, because He's the source of happiness, He's the source of pleasure. So it's like there's a story of Abu Hanifa. I don't want to mention the whole story, but some of our Hanifi brothers can share it maybe. That he heard that there was a boat, a shipment of all of his belongings. And someone came and told him that the boat, sank. And then so I believe he said Alhamdulillah, or something like that. And then they came back and said, no, actually, it wasn't your boat, it was someone else's boat. He says Alhamdulillah. And I remember the point of it is he said, I was thankful to Allah that my heart didn't change. My heart wasn't affected by the bad news or the good news, but I was just thankful to Allah or patient with Allah in times of difficulty. And they say a good sign is that highs and lows in life are like a roller coaster. If your life is too great all the time, good. This could be a sign that the Sahaba were asking Allah, protect us from that. Because that's Allah pushing you away. Because you're not going through any problems, no cold, no sickness, nothing. You haven't lost anyone, no financial difficulty. And then if your life is too difficult, one after the next, musibah, and there's no relief, that's also something to be worried about. Maybe to make tawbah, to turn to Allah if you haven't. But a healthy up and down. And then when you're up, you thank Allah. And when you're down, you're patient, which means you see that there's maybe a wisdom. And it doesn't cause you to fall into depression. It causes you to remember, the prophets, their tests were much bigger than this. My brother, younger brother, he was going through a difficulty, and he told me on the phone, he was like, but if you think about our brothers and sisters in Gaza, it's this is nothing. I was like, that's right. That is 100% right. So times of difficulty, they're a purification, and for the believer, they always remember there may be wisdom in this. I hope I answered you. I'm not sure if I did. If not, inshallah, another time. Barakallah fikum. I've had a long day, guys. We had a big program this morning. Tafadhal.
We have some new questions, inshallah.
Yeah.
How do you differentiate between what you want and what Allah will? And how can you make your heart submit to and make dua for exactly what Allah wants for you?
So they say this is from the etiquettes of dua. But this isn't easy, right? And it's that your dua is in conformity with what Allah wants. What Allah wants. But that's something, maybe a topic for another time. Can you repeat the question again, so I don't miss it?
Of course. How do you differentiate between what you want and what Allah willed? And how can you make your heart submit to and make dua for exactly what Allah wants for you?
Allahu Akbar. So you can say, Allahumma akhtarli wa la tukhayyirni. Allahumma akhtarli wa la tukhayyirni. Oh Allah, choose for me, don't make me choose. And then two things every one of us should know and do and practice on a regular basis. Al-istishara wal-istikhara. And Imam Nawawi, I believe, he prefers doing istishara first, which is to ask people you love and trust, and then to ask Allah to choose what's best for you. And then to say Bismillah, and whatever Allah makes easy and facilitates and opens the doors for, consider that the answer to your istikhara, that Allah has facilitated this is what He wants. But yes, this is a good practice to ask Allah, oh Allah, choose for me, choose what's best. Sometimes people say, oh Allah, make this good, even if it's supposed to be bad, make it good for me, and but they don't know. Perhaps there's a great harm in it. So istikhara is so beautiful that you ask Allah to facilitate what's best, and perhaps you don't see it. It's a very deep question. May Allah bless you. Yes.
Tied to the concept of istikhara and istishara, how do you, as a Muslim parent, teach your children to refrain from consumerist hedonism and instant gratification that is embedded in the society here?
Allahu
Give
Akbar.
a good example so that there is no generational gap, or that they say, oh mom, you come from the country that has experienced those difficulties, and they just don't see it the same way.
I think explaining, so here's the thing. My daughter is 2 years old, so I don't have this experience. So I'm speaking from a place of no experience. But what I would think is, once your children sort of begin to grow up, as they're growing up, first of all, we teach by example. You all know that. So what do they see you do? What do they see you model? What do they see you prioritize? How do they see you react to the dunya, to things of the dunya? But then, as they grow up and you befriend them, now it becomes more like, sort of like a mentor. And you want to explain and break down some of these ideologies, some of these concepts, and get to the core of them. This is why, not that I encourage studying philosophy, but when I was doing my master's, we had classes in philosophy, and they keep digging and digging and digging to the core of it. Something interesting about this, one of my professors, he's a world authority on Neoplatonism and Platonism. And I asked him, this is a side conversation, but he said, if you look at philosophy from the shore, you'll think it's all kufr. But if you go deep, and you go deep, you find you can't reject the belief in God. And he believed in God. But why am I telling you this? It's because, kids, they don't want to go deep. They just want, quick. But if you're able to cultivate a love for knowledge and a love for discussion and and they may disagree with you, and that's okay. But I always tell parents, again, I may be wrong, it's okay to maybe lose the battle, but you want to win the war, right? So maybe you lose this battle, that battle. Maybe they make a mistake, depending on their age, and maybe you need to let them make a mistake to learn from that mistake. But
be there for them, to gather them and to try to highlight what the mistake could have been and how maybe they could do something different for a different result. But it's not easy. The last thing I'll say about this, about kids, is you want them to fall in love with the Prophet ﷺ as a role model, and that's not easy and that's not hard. It's not easy and it's not hard, because if they're exposed to who he was truly, how he lived in every area, even if they want to go into business and make a bunch of money, the Prophet ﷺ is the best guide and the best example. And if they fall in love with how he acted and how he spent his days and how he dealt with people and how he succeeded, then you'll be content, because they'll always have someone who they're trying to follow. Allahu A'lam. Allah bless you.
This will be our last question, inshallah. I think this brother.
Yeah, Bismillah.
Assalamu alaikum. Most of the time we say that from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that please give us what you think is right for us. But is it wrong to ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to give us what we want and we like and change it into the best for us? Because He can do everything and He's Almighty. So why don't we get what we like and He can convert it to the right?
MashaAllah, that's a great question. So the question is, why can't we just ask Allah Azza wa Jal to give us what we want and how we want it? You can, but I have to be frank and honest with you. You may not like what happens, and you may not foresee what actually will happen. And how many people have done that? They've asked Allah, Ya Allah, I want this, and this is what I want. And they did the things that, there are, you could say, tricks and hacks. Not tricks and hacks, you can't trick or hack. This is with Allah Azza wa Jal. But reading, for example, a surah to Yasin, or making dua in a specific time where the doors are open, or waking up in the last third of the night and asking Allah for this specific thing. There are stories, but we don't have time to go into them. But the summary is, you may not like what you find. Can Allah Azza wa Jal change and make everything great and make everything as you want? Yes. But our teachers, our ulama, they explain to us from the etiquettes, from the adab. You know what etiquette? Islam is all etiquette. I mean, of course, it's not just etiquette, but the point is, it's all based off of adab and akhlaq. Our teachers say, why would you tell Allah, the creator of the heavens and the earth, the one who knows every minute detail, knows what is truly good for you, what will truly lead you to happiness, what will truly give you Jannah, and not only you, your children, great-grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren. Have you guys ever heard of the butterfly effect? One thing can have an effect on so many different things. Why would you not have the adab and akhlaq to tell the creator of the heavens and the earth, Ya Allah, you know what's in my heart. You know what I want, but give me what's best for me. That's more adab, more akhlaq. But yes, is it haram for you to say, Ya Allah, I want this car, and I want it to look like this, and I know you can do it. Ya Allah, do it for me. No, you can do that, that's okay. But maybe a different car, with a different color, would have been better for you had you had that adab with Allah Azza wa Jalla. That's what our teachers teach us. Wallahu ta'ala a'lam. May Allah bless all of you and accept, Ya Rab, you guys are seekers of knowledge and you are the best of people because of that. And may Allah Azza wa Jalla give us good intentions and protect our families and give us the best in the dunya and akhirah. It was a pleasure to be here with you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Inshallah, now we'll transition into our final speaker for this segment. Inshallah, Dr. Ahmad Maturidi. Bismillah.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وأصحابه أجمعين ومن تبعهم بإحسان يوم الدين أما بعد. Should I wait for the timer?
It's 20.
How am I gonna know, Sheikh? You can keep a time on my. So take your time. Hey, I'm not. He's gonna start it. Oh, you took already a minute from my time, Sheikh. You gotta put it back on there. I'm joking. So, I'll be talking about one of the isms, which is scientism. I don't know why I feel like I got one of the more complicated ones. Because I have to go into science now, right? So, I'm going to start by defining what scientism is, and maybe perhaps kind of go into, followed by the thought process of why it exists, and then hopefully we can realize, maybe even perhaps many of the Muslims do sometimes adopt that idea, because it also comes up in the questions, sometimes when they say, science showed this, right, or science showed that, this is essentially where it comes from. So when we talk about scientism, right, really it's more of a worldview of how to attain knowledge, right, or how you can attain the truth. So I'm gonna quote, so I like to usually reference things a lot. I'm sorry, this is my academic part of things. So I'm gonna reference, right, two definitions, and you're gonna notice they're very close to each other, right? So the first one is by an MIT physicist, E. Hutchinson. So the way he defined scientism, he said, science modeled in the natural science is the only source of real knowledge, right? Is the only source of real knowledge. And then Lawrence Principi, he said, the central idea of scientism is that science and its methods provide the only fully valid route to gain knowledge and for answering questions to the exclusion of other methods and disciplines. So what you can get from this is really basically what scientism is. It's telling you that the only way to attain knowledge, the only way to get to the truth is through what? Science, right? And you have to understand where this comes from, right? So essentially science is essentially what? It's based on what? Our senses, right? And observation is what it is, right? And it's a huge field of philosophy. Now, to understand scientism and where it came from, and why is it widespread, what we need to do is to understand its connection with atheism, with philosophical naturalism, and science. Are you guys with me so far? So I'm using three words. What are they? Atheism, philosophical, naturalism, and science. Right? Atheism, you understand what atheism is. Right? It's the claim that there exists no God. There's no divine. There's no creator, nothing. It is just what? Material things that came together out of chance, and things just happen. Right? Random. Simplistic form. We're good with this? All right, now, here is where things can understand. So, as a result of this, what atheists are forced to do is that they're forced to adopt a worldview which is called philosophical naturalism. Because they don't believe in a creator, right? There's no supernatural, no metaphysical things, nothing. And so they're forced in a worldview that is called philosophical naturalism. And what it is and it really, this becomes their belief system, obviously, right? This is what they believe in, right? The system where they reject anything that would be considered divine or supernatural, right? And so what we're talking about in reality, and I'm going to quote a couple of people also that tell you that it's actually a faith, right? So here I'm going to explain why, right? So, for example, Michael Ruse, so he said, if you want a concession, I've always said that naturalism is an act of faith. Now, that's their faith. Because whether we like it or not, as human beings, we are created to have some sort of a belief system. And so atheists, they need to create that belief system. They need to create that worldview. Alhamdulillah, for us as Muslims, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did not leave that in our own hands. He sent messengers for us, right, to guide us, because He knows if He leaves it to our own vices and our own intellectual aspects, we would be led astray, right? Because we are biased, we follow our desires, whatever the case is. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala saved us, and from His mercy He would send His messengers. But these individuals that reject the divine in the first place, they need a belief system. They cannot survive without believing in system, right? In anything. No matter what they say, they have to believe in something, right? And so, because the basic presumption is, essentially this is true, because the basic presumption is that they have a priori rejection of everything supernatural, right? And that requires a leap of faith. Basically, that's what it is. All right, so what really is philosophical naturalism? It is the view that all phenomena, right, everything around us, that all phenomena within the universe can and must be explained only by physical processes. Are we good on this? That's the philosophy, right? Anything in this world, any phenomena you see, must only be explained, right? Within it can and must, right? Not just can, but it can and must be explained only through physical processes. And these physical processes are blind and non-rational. There's no plan. Nothing. All right? We're good with this? All right. I'm trying to simplify as much as I can. 14 minutes. Next one, good to go. So what is it? My talk is 14 minutes or the entire thing with questions?
Your talk.
Good, excellent. So how is philosophical naturalism and scientism connected? Right? So what it really is the scientism is more of the epistemological arm of philosophical naturalism, because they need sources of acquiring knowledge. So any philosophy, like how do you gain knowledge, right? How do you know what is true? This is their epistemological arm of it. As Muslims, right, we don't only limit it to our senses. We do admit, our senses is a way to acquire knowledge, but we also have what? We have what? That is true, right? But that's not a source of knowledge. You acquire faith, right? Essentially. Whole debate. But how do you know what around you is true? How do you know something is true? How do you attain knowledge? Okay, so wait a second. Senses, right? You hear, you see, you touch, right? I can touch this. This exists, right? I'm touching it, right? So this is senses. What else? Experience comes from what? Your senses. Still under the senses. Guys, don't you have logic? Do you guys use your brains? Yes, right? Everybody say yes, please. Right? Definitive logic, right? Definitive logic is a source of knowledge. For example, right? Two things cannot exist in complete opposite situations at the same time. I cannot be standing and sitting at the same time. That's basic logic, right? We're talking about definitive logic. I'm not talking about philosophy, right? Now, the other thing is that we acquire knowledge is called transmission or reports, okay? Especially if there is it's called tawatur, right? Abundance associated with it. So I'll give you an example. Long time ago, 300, 400 years ago, were there pictures? No, they didn't exist. But people in in North Africa or certain civilizations, they knew and believed that there's something called the China Wall. Okay? Did they see it? No, but they believed it existed. Why? It got transmitted. People that saw it, not just one person, it transmitted in abundance in different ways, so that's how we acquire knowledge. So I'm just pointing out that there's different methodologies, different ways of acquiring knowledge, and Islam is the same thing, right? Reports, hadith, transmissions, logic, right? There's this aspect of there, and there's also our senses, obviously, and they can combine. Imam Al-Ghazali, of course, adds another dimension, which is aspects of what some people talk about spirituality, connection with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and so forth. Instinctive knowledge, stuff like that. That is also added, but I'm going to limit it to 3 just for the sake of conversation. All right, now, if going back to philosophical naturalism, its arm of knowledge is scientism. Okay, the claim that the only way to attain knowledge is through science. Okay, and this is understandable because if you believe that there is only that there's material and matter, that's it. There's only material and matter in this world, then the only source of knowledge can only be through materials and matter. Does it make sense? Yes.
Related to that, then that has nothing to do and no correlation with the great scientific method that was developed by
Differentiate between methodological naturalism and philosophical naturalism. Methodological is using a method. It's not claiming a worldview.
Thank you, because I didn't want
Okay, so okay.
my term to be
So let me explain. I'm a PhD in biology, developmental biology. All right. The greatest, minds in science were Muslims. In fact, the Muslims, whether they like it or not, we created the science method.
yes, Ibn Hajar.
Exactly. We're not talking about the method of science, because if we want to understand the world, we have to understand it based on the Sunnah of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who created it, and Allah placed reasons, and science discovers that. Now, can we say that the only way to find the truth and explain everything in the world is through science? That is philosophical naturalism. Right? But excellent question. We need to differentiate between those tools, methodological and philosophical. We're good so far? Yes? Everybody good with me? All right. So then in this case, science, right? Science is, and its methods provide, and this is Warren Spencer, he mentioned this. He said science and its method provide the only fully valid route to guiding knowledge for and answering questions to the exclusion of other methods, because this is how they view it. Right. So why is science the only way to attain knowledge in their perspective? Okay. This is how they view it. Why they're saying that this is the only way you're doing it. So one thing they mentioned is that science is the only yardstick, right? The true, full yardstick for truth, and that science is the only way to provide evidence for this truth. That's their claim. The second reason they say is and by the way, they say it answers all questions. The second thing is that they say because science is successful. Right? Look at where science brought us. Every enjoyment in life and every advancement in life is attributed to what? Science discoveries, right? And because of that, right? Because of scientific conclusions and so forth, then it must be the way to find the truth. Right? The third thing is they say science leads to certainty. Science leads to certainty, right? So in a nutshell, this is what scientism is. And in the next few minutes, inshallah, I got 8 minutes. What I want to do is I want to address those three things, okay? Those three aspects quickly, because it's important for us to kind of understand where they go wrong and so forth. So the first one essentially is science the only way to establish the truth in reality? Right? Is that really the case? And can it answer all questions? The second is is it true because it works, therefore it's true? Essentially that's what they're saying. Science works, then it must be true. Right? And then does science lead to certainty? Because we all like to reach that level of certainty. And so to address the first one, right? Science, the claim that science is the only way to establish the truth about reality and it can answer all questions. Here's the interesting thing about this. Once you accept that science is the only source of human knowledge, what you did is you adopted a philosophical position. That being said, it's a position that cannot be verified. It cannot be verified or falsified by science itself. So what did they just do? They contradicted themselves right off the bat, right? Because they're saying science is the only way to find the truth. So your statement is either false or true. Prove to me scientifically that your statement is true. Right off the bat, right? Right there. There's a problem with that claim in the first place, right? And so one of the authors was kind of reading. He kind of made an interesting comment. I'm just going to quote him literally. He says, to claim that there is nothing knowable outside the scope of science would be similar to a successful fisherman saying that whatever he can't catch in his net does not exist. Same thing, right? If I can't explain it, it does not exist. If I don't see it, it does not exist. If I don't observe it, it does not exist. Right? It's not true, it's not real. Like, now, I'm going to go into details, but essentially, in a nutshell, really, to answer that first question right off the bat, the assertion that, that scientism or science, right, is the only way to find truth is not a correct statement because it cannot be scientifically proven, essentially. In reality, what it really is, it's a leap of faith. You know how they say gap of the God? You heard that word before? This is the gap of the science. Right? They're accusing us of what they have. Right? When in reality, alhamdulillah, in Islam,
compared to other religions, we're able to prove every statement we want in different forms of proofs. And this is why when they ask us, prove to us that God exists, if you have to ask them, hey, wait a second, what kind of proof are you looking for? Right? This is where we get to this discussion, because in their mind, guess what they're thinking? Scientism. Right? When they say, prove to me, when an atheist says, prove to me that God exists, he's looking to observe. But the question is, you ask them, what kind of evidence are you looking for? Because then you go into discussion, is it true that you limited these things? So the other thing we're talking about is when they say that it can address every aspect, the reality is science has limitations. And anybody that denies that has no idea what he's talking about. Right? Even though Dawkins likes to make these claims, but it does have limitations, severe limitations, right? So for example, it is limited essentially to observation. Right? Science is limited to observation, right? Simple, right? And it will always be limited to that. So furthermore, right, they're also limited by the fact that future observations may form new conclusions. Because if I'm observing something, right, and a conclusion, something else might happen in the future, it goes against my conclusion, now I happen to my science. Right? Is that clear to everybody? I'm going to get to that another problem, right, later on. It's called the problem of induction, right? Here's another interesting thing. A lot of times what we don't observe, or what has not been observed in the past, can be observed in the present. Technology microscopes, for example, right? There's many things that they never knew existed, but now that they can observe. And so that tells you it is limited. And so it cannot be the only way to figure out the truth or reality. Like, science is morally neutral. It's morally neutral, right? It means that it cannot provide foundations for morality. Because if they say, for example, we're talking about, science can find the truth. There's always this discussion, is this right or wrong, right? You hear this discussion, like this is immoral, this is moral. Can science address this? No, even though Dawkins claims it does. But how can science, how can you claim something is, right or wrong using science? You can't, right? As simple as that. So I'm just trying to prove that it has limitations, right? Science cannot answer why, right? Or it cannot test the personal. These are two different things, right? It can never test the personal. The personal is what you feel, right? How can science, is there like a metric system for this? That's why almost all psychology research is based on asking a person what they feel. Is that right or wrong? It's subjective. Can you evaluate that? You can't, right? You can make conclusions based on how other people feel, but you cannot observe and analyze what's happening in there, what's happening in the mind. You can't. Even if you attach nodes and try to find brain waves and stuff like that, you just cannot decipher that feeling. You do not understand it, right? And so there's that limitation, right? The personal can never answer the why, right? It can answer the what and how, but can never answer the why, right? What's the wisdom behind it? Why is this happening? Why are you feeling this way? It can never answer these things, right? It cannot answer some of the many metaphysical questions, right? It cannot answer, find necessary truths. It also cannot, it's limited, right? It cannot justify other sources of knowledge. I'll give you an example, right? Can it justify math? You can't. Science cannot justify math. Right? It can't. Because it's all theoretical. There's a lot of things that happen, right, in there. But anyway, the point is, but even other sources of knowledge, like reports, right, or they're kind of called authority, or reports or testimonial aspects, or definitive logic and so forth. Those are other sources that we depend on, but they cannot prove them, right? But here's something else also about sciences, which is kind of interesting. How many of you read science journals? Okay, fair amount of you. You notice that they put references, right? What do these references mean? They didn't do the work. They referenced somebody else's work because they did it and it got published by a peer-reviewed article, then it must be true. Is that scientific? Did they do it? Did they observe it? No, right? All right. The second point, oh, I got 25 seconds. Are you kidding me? Like, it works, it must be true. What's the problem with that claim?
You don't know all the asbab for something working.
Because if something works, does it have to be true? But I'm going to give you an example. I'm sorry, I use a lot of science examples, my background. Quantum physics, right, and the theory of relativity. They both work. Is that right? People will understand it. It's there, obviously. As a theory, it works. But did you know that they are contradictory to one another? They contradict one another. One is talking about smoothness, the other is talking about chunks. Okay? They both work. Can they both be true? No. Right? Huh? They can't. You can't say both are true because they're based on completely different theories. Relativity is once again like about smoothness. Like it's all about smoothness. Quantum is all about chunks, right? Jump from here to there, whatever the case is, right? That's what it is. So is it smooth or is it just in packages? It moves, right? That's one thing. Newtonian physics, right? Newtonian physics got us to the moon, but in reality, that entire physics is wrong. Like the trajectory, the objectives, all these things, it does not work, right? Einstein's theory of relativity works better in that model, but still they use Newtonian physics to get to the moon. Just because it works doesn't mean it is true, right? Nitrogen was discovered as an atom based on a theory that unanimously physicians reject now. But it worked, right? It worked. But anyway, that's that point. The last one, right, is, I'm sorry, I'm gonna take a few seconds, right, because it's important, that science leads to certainty. Right? It's a scientific fact. How can you differ from it, right? Evolution is a scientific fact. How can you say Adam was the first creation? If you have kids, they'll come with that question, right? But what's the problem with that? Is that in reality, anybody who understands science does not lead to certainty. It was never meant. The beauty of science is that it's adjustable, it changes, it's understandable. It can never lead to certainty because it is based on inductive arguments. It's called the problem of induction, right? Let me explain what it is. Arguments happen two times. There's the deductive and there's the inductive. Deductive starts with the large premise, something that you see, and you come to a conclusion for the small things. I'll give an example. All humans perish, okay? Zayd is a human, therefore Zayd must perish. Inductive arguments is in the form of, I see a white swan. I observe a second white swan. Oh look, 10 white swans. 30 white swans. My conclusions, all swans are white. So I'm looking at the observed and I'm making a grandiose conclusion. That is inductive argument. Now what is the problem with that? Does that lead to certainty? Why not? Because I didn't see in the next pond that black swan, right? I will always, whenever you're limited to your observation, it is not comprehensive, it is not absolute. There will always be something else you observe. There's something you have not seen. There's something that is added. There's something that is missing. This is why it can never lead to certainty. This is when they say a scientific fact, that word is misleading, right? A fact does not mean it's absolute. It won't change. We hear this all the time, right? Oh, we're wrong about this, right? Scientific fact, that's not what it means, right? Essentially, right? But the whole point is, like, this problem of induction, it can never lead to certainty. This is why science doesn't work. And this is how you answer, for example, when people say, like, hey, science says this, but in Islam it says this. Right? It's not a problem. Whether we like it or not, science will eventually change. Quran and Sunnah are certain. That is not certain. Right? Two different things. So one should never, they don't contradict. Certain and certain, two certain things would never contradict. Right? Uncertain and certain can contradict. Uncertain and uncertain can also contradict. Is that clear? I'm sorry, it's a bit philosophical. But anyway, I'll stop here. We can go, I guess, to questions about the Islamic component of it later on, inshallah. Jazakumullah khair.
so Bismillah. We'll dive right in, inshallah. So something that relates to a portion that we had earlier was I've seen a lot of Salafis refer to Ibn Qayyim and Ibn Taymiyyah, but I've been hesitant to read their works. Are they good to take from?
So the Hanbalis of the Hanbali school, they obviously do quote Ibn Qayyim rahimahullah and Ibn Taymiyyah rahimahullah. However, because we're talking about an entire school, they know what to quote and what not to quote, right? And obviously, there's certain books. Obviously, for Ibn Qayyim, they're great. Like Kitab al-Ruh, it's an amazing book if you can have access to that. His book about the description of Jannah, Hadi, Had al-Arwah and al-Afrah. His explanation of Madarij Salikin, spiritual books. Those are great works you can read from obviously Ibn Qayyim rahimahullah. But Ibn Taymiyyah is a bit more complicated. Right? Ibn Taymiyyah is a bit more complicated. And it's one of those people that you can read his work if you have a good basis. Because the nature of the personality of Ibn Taymiyyah, it's a very strong personality. It's a very convincing personality. Right? Whatever you read, you're going to be convinced. Right? Trust me, whatever, he's going to deconstruct everything and rebuild a few things and talk about a few things and take you on different aspects. And he's an individual that his knowledge is massive, and so he will be very convincing. Unless you had from the beginning a proper stepwise education, let's say in the Hanbali school of thought, you wouldn't be able to figure out, okay, how do I answer this? How do I respond to this? Is this correct or not? But also you have to understand that in the Hanbali school of thought, Imam Taymiyyah rahimahullah is considered a mujtahid, right? So he has his own opinions. They're not necessarily the Hanbali school opinion, right? This is kind of his own opinion. And if people want to follow that opinion, that is fine. But it should not be attributed to the Hanbali school, right? So I can never tell you don't read. I would say if you're starting to read, like you're just learning, don't read his work. It's not easy to understand his work. Trust me on this, especially the Arabic stuff. It's not easy to understand his work. But if, mashallah, you have a good footing and it's been years since you read scholar education and stuff like that, you want to read for him, that is fine. Right? Wallahu a'lam.
The next question is a question that sort of ties in the first part of our program to the second part, which is how does confronting secularism, hedonism, and scientism tie back to the three Aqidah schools of thought we discussed and broader epistemological ideas?
So how do these things, so we're talking about secularism, right? Essentially secularism is saying what? Separate between, there's forget about Allah, forget about religion, right? We decide, okay? Scientism, the whole thing about, forget about divinity, everything can be explained and will be explained and must be explained based on materialistic things. And then hedonism essentially comes along with that, and it essentially is you only exist to eat, sleep, and populate. Enjoy your life, minimize pain. That's it. You are kal-an'am, right? Like cattle. Essentially that you are minimum. So those three things essentially is kind of very interesting, right? An atheist most likely is going to be following scientism, most likely is going to be hedonistic to some extent, or lead a hedonistic life, right? Whether they feel it or not, but this is their purpose because there is no afterlife. What is the purpose of their living? This is what they want to do. So how do the three schools answer that? I'll be honest, it's one of those things that, really there's no separation between the three schools. There isn't, right? And when we talk about, by the way, the reason there's separation is because they agree on the main aspects. They're all different, those things. It is more of the branches that might differ on strongly about certain things, but they will all address this in the same way, right? Of course, they're going to tell you they respond to atheism by providing the proofs of existence of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, right? That's the first step. When they talk about hedonism, right, why you're alive and purpose like that, they will all state the purpose of life and the nature of life and how it works, and this is a test and religion, not a agenda, so it addresses, corrects that worldview, right? When it talks about scientism, the ways of attaining knowledge and so forth, that's within the Quran itself, the different aspects of discussing where you attain knowledge and so forth. That is from there, right? But if you notice, all of them, what they're going to do is they're going to return back everything to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, everything back to the messenger of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And you use your logic, yes, to define, make sure that this is a true messenger, the the Quran really is the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And once this happens, you submit. And so there's a heavy emphasis on that aspect, and also there's a thought about submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in those aspects. And if you take all this, like really a Muslim should have no problems being able to respond to these things, but it's a matter of now practicing how to live their life, right? And here's where really the tazkiyah part comes in, right? Because if you have the knowledge, that is the Aqidah, the Iman, right? And you have the practices associated with it, that's the fiqh. But then there's the remaining aspects of fighting with yourself to not to fall into these things because you feel they'll bring you happiness, right? And honestly, some people, what was it, Sheikh? Was it Sheikh Ismail? That was talking about people that leave Islam? No, was it? Sheikh Maturidi, right? He was the one. So one of the interesting reasons why sometimes people leave Islam is to live guilt-free. It's not a logical reason to live Islam, but they know, for example, if they commit these things, it's in Islam, it's haram, they want to live guilt-free. And so they'll find any excuse to get out of it, right? And so this is where the tazkiyah comes in, that's really important. Right? And all schools will talk about that anyway. Hold on. Hopefully I addressed that question as much as I can. Hold on.
The next question is, from today's lessons, what are some practical action items that we need to prioritize as both individuals and communities? What programs and systems do we need for this reform?
That's not one. That's not for me, Sheikh. That's for Sheikh Mateen. You can address that question. No, I'm not going to answer that question. That's not it. Yes.
I have a question. What you just said about these three hedonism, scientism, and
Yes.
So there is a separate part where we, as individuals, each of us, deal with those problems. But how can we, as a community, Masjid is very good first step in that direction. But how can we strengthen our community, Muslim community, outside of Masjid to confront these problems and these isms to overcome the challenges that we are facing?
So it's a good question. So the question is how can, as individuals, we're able to face these things? We understand the masjid is a good beginning, but how do we take that out of the masjid as individuals in the real world, I guess?
As a community,
as a community.
Outside the masjid.
Okay, all right. Now, the interesting thing is communities are composed of what? Individuals, right? And so really what it comes down to is this whole idea of us working on ourselves. And Allah does not change the state of affairs of a group of people until they change what's within themselves. So we each individually have an obligation upon ourselves. So, and this is what essentially forms the community. So each individual, for example, if we know that we need to combat this whole thing about atheism and scientism, so what should I do as an individual? Right? Just think about it this way. I'm very methodological. So what do I need to do? Right? All right, I need to learn more about it. Where can I seek that knowledge? Right? All right, is the masjid offering something? If it's not, why can I not recommend them to offer something? Right? Is there any sort of programs that can help that? All right, I'm going to join it. And then that individual, let's say within their capacity, if let's say it's a father or it's a mother, then they start installing that into their children, for example. Now you have a family. I'm just giving you a basic example, right? Because that individual, whether we like it or not, as individuals, we do impact others around us. But we have to learn first. And a huge part of this, really part of it is, unfortunately, a lot of misconceptions and lack of knowledge of certain things. Whether we like it or not, we as human beings absorb things around us unconsciously. There's ideas that seep into our minds and our back minds, our conscious minds, things that we watch, we read, environment around us. This is why it's very important to be careful what you watch and what you read. Right? Whether it's movies or whatever the case is, right? But anyway, the whole thing as individuals, the first step starts by educating ourselves, by finding that root of education, combined with tazkiyah, right? Purification, to elevate our iman. That combination is very powerful, right? As an individual. Now become confident, and you can easily argue, and even if you can argue, you are certain of your position. Right? Does that make sense? That's as an individual. Now, if you have a large number of people like that, then all of a sudden it becomes a community.
That's the crux of my problem.
So, I'll be honest, as an ummah, at the level of our ummah, we severely lack in the proper knowledge that we need to attain. Whether we like it or not, so when we talk about colonialism and stuff like that, the worst colonialism is more of the ideologies, ideas. And it's been systematically done, right? There's so much emphasis on secular education, right? Every person wants their child to be a what? Let's be honest. What? Doctor, lawyer. All right, now I'll give it more realistic. If your child is late in their math or their science, or they have a class, and it's contradicting with Quran, what are you going to give up? Let's be honest. The Quran, right? If he says, I'm tired, you're going to force him to go to the math and science extra tutoring session, and if he's tired, you're going to omit the Islamic studies session. Because it's ingrained in our minds that secular education is more important than Islamic education. Where did that come from? Right? I can tell where it came from, right? At least in my culture. And I kind of noticed this very interesting. Movies, for example, back in the 60s and 50s and 70s, the way they purposely portrayed a person dressed like me is either they are idiots, selfish, or using Islam for worldly gains. And then you have, mashallah, the secular doctor who drinks wine and alcohol with the immense moral values who saves everybody else. Okay? That is done on purpose. Okay? Let's look at the education system, right? To get into med school, even in the Arab world, what kind of grade do you need? A's. To get into Sharia, what kind of grades do you need? C's is fine. But do you understand what we just done? Right? Did you know that? Here's an interesting fact. Long time ago, right, they would start with teaching children in the kutab, right? They would teach them math. The sheikh would sit there, teach them math, teach them Arabic, teach them certain types of languages, geometry, poetry, Arabic, okay? All the kids, like 5, 6, 7 years old. Then they will take the smart ones and put them into Sharia, and everybody else becomes doctors and engineers. There's a reason for that, because Sharia does require intelligence, immense amount of intelligence, right? And this is what you produce people that understand the reality, they produce their fatwa. But this whole thing is lopsided. And as a community, as an ummah, we're suffering from this. We need to change that back again. We need to put like a proper emphasis. I'm not saying don't go to secular education. No, I'm not saying that. But at least give equal emphasis on, or at least if they're running behind you, who cares if they took a year off, right? Like my son is standing here, right? I told him, I'm ready to take him a year off of whatever college or take a gap year. I'm going to send him to wherever Islamic education he wants to go to, he's going to go there, right? There's no problem with that. It's a year of your life, but what have you gained? Right? Knowledge that gave you certainty in your religion, right? Your identity as a Muslim, that you can propagate to your children. If you can't answer those questions, how can you protect your children? Right? We are at a subpar as an ummah of our level of education, in reality. Right? There's fard kifaya and fard ayn. So when you live in a country like this, I believe that it's mandatory to understand the proofs of existence of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in Aqidah. How many of us can we go through the proofs of existence of Allah? And they're not difficult, by the way. Right? How can you prove that your prophet is a prophet? In this country, I think it's important. It is. But how we attain that level, right? I'm sorry, I kind of went on a rant. I apologize.
Our own belief.
Huh?
Our own belief.
Our own belief, yes. That's a shame.
This will be our last question, inshallah.
Assalamu alaikum, Sheikh. Please correct me if I wrongly understood. So what I understood is that science is wholly based on observation, but Deen has other tools besides observation. So is it correct to say that science and Deen contradict, or is it correct to say that science is one part of the Deen?
So why are we putting science a contradiction or anything? Like, where are we getting science? Okay. Science essentially is observing and trying to understand how the creation of Allah functions. Is that right? Does that go against Islam? Does it go against Islam? No, it doesn't. Right? That's not the problem. You can be you should go and figure out how things work, right? You should figure out how diseases work, how to find medications. Islam doesn't say anything against that. Now the problem is scientism or science as science as this method is wrong with it. That's why there's many scholars in Islam. They were actually, for example, they were doctors. Some were physicists. Some were other stuff. It never contradicts. The contradiction happens in the modern time is when we give science a status above where it's supposed to be. When we say it is the only way to find what is right or wrong. It is the only way to find the truth. It is not. It is one of the ways. Is that clear?
Inshallah, before we move to Salat al-Maghrib, we'll just have a brief section by our very own Maulana Mateen Khan, inshallah, discussing the steps forward, inshallah. History is never neutral. It's shaped by those who tell it. For centuries, the story of our peoples has too often been told by others, as we've discussed within this conference, from colonial powers or secular historians and voices that are disconnected from our faith. Yet our story, the story of this Ummah, is one rooted in revelation and resilience. Inshallah, Dr. Mateen Khan will elucidate our path forward and illustrate how we can take the lessons from today's conference to initiate change within ourselves, our community, and the Ummah at large. Inshallah, without further ado, Maulana Mateen Khan, inshallah.
As Maghrib is upon us, I'm not going to take very much time. Just some finishing thoughts that we'll mention. Maybe I'll say I had the best presentation for you. It'll knock your socks off. TED-level discussion. But we don't have the time, so you won't know. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad wa barik wa sallim. Everything we discussed today, the history of colonialism, the destruction of knowledge, the aftershocks of colonialism, is not just a story of the past. It is unfolding before our very eyes in Gaza. Gaza has not only been under military siege, it's been under cultural siege, financial siege, and intellectual siege. It is the clearest reminder that colonialism is not over, it is very much alive. The bombing of communities, the killing of lineages, the starvation of children, that is all military colonialism. But beyond the rubble, there is also cultural colonialism. Generations of Palestinians cut off from their heritage, their masajid desecrated, their works destroyed, their traditions erased. Financial colonialism as well, an economy strangled so that every loaf of bread, every liter of fuel, every hospital is controlled and cut by the occupier. And intellectual colonialism, which is what we've been discussing today. And the attempt to redefine Palestinians not as heirs of a proud civilization, but as a problem that needs to be erased, as though their very existence lacks justification. This is not only colonialization, this is genocide. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He tells us in the Quran, هو الذي ينزل على عبده آيات بينات ليخرجكم من الظلمات إلى النور. That Allah is the one who sent down clear ayat so that He could take you out of darkness into light. And this reminds us that our guidance doesn't come from enlightenment, it doesn't come from an ism, it doesn't come from nationalism or any other philosophies that are foreign to the deen. It comes from the tradition which blossomed from the Quran and Sunnah, which came from it, and you saw examples of that today in our shuyukh. So our vision forward has to be clear. We must reclaim Islam as a living, confident, intellectual tradition. Islam critiques colonialism. The colonialist, as occupier, has no right to critique Islam. Islam offers a framework that sees the whole human being, body and soul, and situates knowledge within its ultimate purpose, to know Allah and to serve Him. And so the Prophet ﷺ told us, and I'm sure we all know the hadith, that the likeness of the believer in their mutual love, mercy, compassion for one another is like that of a single body. إِذَا اشْتَكَ مِنْهُ عُضْوٌ, that if any body part feels pain, تَدَاعَ لَهُ سَائِرُ الْجَسَدِ بِالسَّهْرِ وَالْحُمَّةِ, that the entire body responds with sleeplessness and fever, discomfort. To be concerned with the Gaza, then, is not optional. It is part of our iman. But our concern cannot stop at just emotions and donations. It must extend to the intellectual struggle, refusing to let the colonizer define the terms of our identity, our knowledge, our future. So let us tie back to where it began. Colonialism fractured our intellectual confidence, but today we stand at a point of revival. And this is what we wanted to convey to everyone in attendance. This is not nostalgia for the past when we speak about our aslaf and our prior scholars, but rather this is building a future where Islam speaks on its own terms, where Muslims are not passive consumers of foreign categories and isms, but heirs of a living tradition. Gaza bleeds with pain, but the blood of Gaza has created clarity in the Ummah that it never had up until this point, and definitely not for the past 200 plus years. It forces us to see colonialism for what it is and remember who we are. If they can stand, meaning the Ghazans, can stand in steadfastness under military siege, then surely we can stand in confidence under intellectual siege. The call is simple, and I'll finish with this. Decolonize the mind, reconnect with our heritage, and chart a direction forward with Islam at the center. The call for epistemic plurality must start with us learning our epistemology first. Let us leave this gathering as people who are active engagers, not just listeners. With that, we can change our condition, we can chart a path for the future, but we need to take that step. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to guide all of us. I ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bring ease and guidance to the Ummah, to bring ease to the people of Gaza and Palestine, Kashmir, Sudan, Somalia, and all of the other places where Muslims are in difficulty. I ask Allah to reward the organizers of this conference. It's not easy to talk about this subject. It's difficult. It's very easy to get up and speak about Salah and Siyam. That's not that hard. But to speak about colonialism, to speak up against policies, to speak for Gaza and other Muslims in different parts of the world, this takes difficulty, this takes courage. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward the organizers for all of this. May Allah reward you guys as attendees who sat through hours. And inshallah, we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to benefit all of us. Wa akhir da'wana alhamdulillahi rabbil alameen. جزاكم الله خيرا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله